Team, are you ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the school board meeting for October. We're going to go ahead and open and turn this over for our flag salute.
Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate that. A couple of wonderful Crooked River students that I want to introduce first. This is Paisley Ladd. And Paisley, could you tell them a couple of things you're interested in?
I like art and taking care of animals.
And you've been working so awfully hard in school. Why is that? What do you want to become?
I want to go through school and learn how to be a veterinarian.
Awesome. Thank you. And this is Wilder Lane. He is one of our second graders. And Wilder, what are your interests?
I like to do things with my family, like riding with them
Yeah.
and doing a lot of things.
All right. And working so hard in school, what do you want to be when you get older?
I want to go through school and work for my dad and do a lot of things with them.
Awesome. Sounds so great. And it looks like we're already standing. So Wilder, would you take it away?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yes. You get to go introduce yourself and shake everybody's hand. Shake their hand. No. Hey, you did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to do roll call. Ms. Hammond, did you know that we have all 5 board members, please? Dr. Skinner.
Yep. So tonight we have some celebrations. I'm going to invite Crooked River Elementary's principal up so she can recognize her amazing PTC, and I'll let her take it from here. Ms. Kimberly Barr.
Don't have to push anything anymore. You can just talk.
Yep, just tell us a little bit about why you're
Okay.
celebrating on it.
Well, I am very excited to do this presentation. I'm going to kind of turn sideways because the people that I am so grateful for are all sitting right here. So our PTC in the last few years has just become a force to reckon with. So we have 3 of our 4 board members here. We have Katie Goodwin, we have Annie, and we have Sarah. Wave, girls. Okay, we are our board. Our PTC president actually had to come pick up her son at school today because there's lots of germs going around. So our PTC in the last few years, they started, oh, not yet. Cool.
I was just excited.
Presentation, you guys. So in the last few years, they have raised money to put a play structure on our east playground for our big kids. Then when these ladies started getting involved, they raised money through our first annual PTC fund run, enough money to put a play structure on our primary side. So then they brainstormed what else could we do that would have a direct impact on our students. Took some time, took some planning, and then they decided we have this internal courtyard area that was nothing but weeds and goat heads and no water there. Like, it was an eyesore. It was terrible. And so they came up with this idea to do an outdoor classroom. So our first year we did, well, second annual fund run, we raised about $18,000, which wasn't quite enough money. At this point, the PTC board started talking with Jason Snyder and saying, you know, where are we? And they kind of came up with a number of about $30,000. So we said, okay, we'll sit on this money. The next year, we made enough money to get to $30,000. And so at that point, they went back to Jason and Jason said, and then let's do this project. Is that about right? Ish. Okay. So if you will go to slide 2, this is our goat head infested, and this was after it had been mowed. So please notice, this actually looks nice. That tree, we were all sad to see that tree go because it was just really big and provided a little bit of shade, but Jason said, guys, that tree is dead. It is leaking sap. It is no good. It has to go. And I was like, Jason, what? And he's like, would you just trust me? And so before, go ahead. Guys, this is after. Can I just point out a few things? Let me just tell you that there is a foot of rock underneath that entire project. One of the days we had one of those summer deluges and his crew showed up and they're like, uh-oh, because they realized the drainage problem firsthand. And so not only is there a foot of, I don't know, do you call it substrate? I don't know. There's a foot of rock. And there is drainage underneath all of that. And then he came in with AstroTurf. And on both ends that you can't see, and I am cordially inviting all of you to please come see this in person. He put pavers down on both ends. And I was talking to our librarian in the midst of it. And she's like, I don't know if I can really use that space. Like there's a foot drop off from my door out there. And I said, no, there's no drop off anymore. So it has been utilized in so many different ways already. You can see kids utilizing the space. Our librarian takes classes out there and reads the acoustics out there. It's just such a quiet space. And again, it's fully enclosed. Like you would have to be inside our actual building to be able to access this space. So it's completely safe. Obviously, I'm just so excited about this. But the Snyder team, this was a month of 4 or 5 guys working all day long to create this space. And they had the nicest kids working for them. I don't know how Jason Snyder hires the people that he does, but they are incredible people. And this project just took on a life of its own. They kept getting more and more excited about the project. And so when I tell you that we raised $30,000, he will not tell me how much he spent on this project, but I guarantee you it is way beyond $30,000. So part of tonight is just publicly thanking Snyder Landscaping for just the work that they've done for our school. We have so much gratitude to you and your team. And without the help of our PTC, who just always are looking for ways to improve Crooked River. And I feel like they have just pushed our school so far forward with just the culture and the events and the fun things that are happening at Crooked River. I am beyond grateful to all of you. So then we're looking at this project thinking, okay, this is so awesome. And we need spaces for kids to sit on. So I called the high school and called Jake, and he put me in touch with Ron Berg, the construction lab teacher. He made sure that I called it the right thing, the construction lab teacher. So he and Ryan Cochran brought over a group of you're fired.
I'm trying.
It's okay.
It's Monday.
Brought over a group of kids to like look at the project. I kind of told them my idea. I told them I really wanted some picnic benches that were classy, that were kind of burned and looked really nice. And then I found a church pew on Amazon and I said, hey, could you build me a church pew prototype? Because the vision is that we now have those 3 picnic benches. Then to have enough church pews for all the kids to be facing the same direction, like for an outdoor classroom space. And so they're working on a few more of those for us. But so this is the group of kids that brought those over just on Friday. So now we have those spaces to use and they were so kind and so amazing. And 2 of my all-time favorite kids were the ones that designed the church pew for us. It's a little wobbly, it's a prototype. So they're gonna add some cleats on the bottom and come back and fix it for us. But so then if you go, Joel, good job. To the next slide.
Ready?
Yes. Yes. I just want to show a picture of the kids actually using this space. And when I say it's a timeless improvement to Crooked River, that's just, there's nothing else to be said. It just, I'm so proud, obviously so proud. So I would like to present this plaque with gratitude to Snyder Landscaping for the creation of our outdoor classroom at Crooked River Elementary. So you're going to try.
It's Jesse and Jose Sanchez. They were a product of that school. I had, help me guys, 8 9 individuals that went through that program. Yes. So it was kind of a hand over hand back situation, and those kids were taken to be a part of it. And now when they come back, or they've got kids in the future that can exist to be in that space, thanks to you ladies, there's a space to go land and be a part of it. So we're glad to be part of it.
And to my amazing PTC. We have some engraved pens that say Mustang PTC, because these ladies do so much for me. I think we text daily. Is that probably true? Daily. So that is for you, Katie. Thank you.
My phone went into SOS mode a week ago. It was on a Monday. I was over in Madras working, and when my phone came back out of SOS, I had 70 messages from this lovely group.
You know.
That's almost daily, but it's all for good stuff.
And then, the PTC ladies also have gifts for you and your child. So, maybe on the way out, do you want to show them more?
Yes. So we decided, I just want to touch on this too real quick. They did not have access to this space with their vehicles or anything like that. They had to go through, because it's completely enclosed, they had to go through a hallway to get this rock and everything in there. So it just added a whole nother dynamic to it. And to get the trees out of there, they literally had to go through doorways with all their equipment because there was no, so it just added to, and now it's warming because every time I go by the hallway and I look out in that setting, there's always someone out there, which is exactly what I had envisioned and we had envisioned, and we just wanted this usable space that the kids could go out there and just be outside and get some sunshine. And even in the winter, just if the librarian wants to read a quick little book out there or something, it's a usable space all year long. So, thank you. So we have decided to give Jason and his crew the stamp of the best elementary school in town and to be honorary Crooked River Mustangs. So just a small little token of how much we appreciate you and your guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
I'd like to get a picture with it.
Okay. Where do you want to? Where do you want the picture?
I'll take care of the picture because you got.
Yep, I'm gonna do picture and I'm gonna do celebration for students.
Oh, the picture? I didn't know where it was going.
So you can do a picture and I'm gonna get rolling on the next thing. All right, our next celebration, we are starting a new attendance initiative, and so we have a friendly competition that kind of goes on every week. So I send out a weekly email with the week of attendance and then where they're at year to date, and then a growth opportunity, seeing where they were last year at the same time. So we can kind of compare what our initiatives and incentives, if they're working, if they're kind of trending up, what's kind of happening. So at each board meeting, I'd say at every month. So every month we will do this attendance trophy kind of giveaway. So this today will be for September. So the whole month of September's attendance. So we're giving the trophies out today for October. So then we'll have all of October's attendance. And then on November, the November board meeting, we will see if there's new winners or they get to keep their trophy. If there's new winners, the principal will hand their trophy over to the next principal that wins that attendance challenge, or they might keep it because they continued with the highest percentages. So the first category, we have 3 different categories. The first category will be the comprehensive traditional. So that means the elementaries, all the traditional schools, middle school and high school, so the traditional ones. So this month for the award, which means September's attendance, goes to Stans Peller for 95% attendance for the month of September. So trophy for the let me get a picture. Hello. Oh, I had it on. Okay, the second category puts the rural schools and non-traditional campuses, so Florida, Brothers, Premier, Grizzly, the non-traditional and rural. And so for that category, the September attendance winner is Paulina at 97.49%. And the third category that we'll do monthly will be the growth champion, meaning looking at attendance last year for September and looking at attendance this year for September. How much growth did they do? So this particular one could go to any of the schools, so the highest growth, and it goes to Grizzly Mountain for 11.01% growth. Challenge is on, and the goal is for these three to keep the trophies, but everyone else's goal is to get the trophy for the next month. So thank you so much for what you're doing to increase our attendance and putting those incentives and nudge letters into place. Thank you. All right.
Did we do National Principals Month?
We did not. So National Principals Month is this month for October. So we just wanted to say thank you to all of our principals, our campus leaders. They do amazing work. So if you see a principal, this is Think a Principal Month because they do so much for our campuses and we appreciate all their hard work and dedication. So to National Principals Month, we thank you.
Thank you for all of that. That was fun. 1.5 agenda additions, deletions, revisions, and agenda approval. Free time. Additions, it's my word. Nemesis. Do we have anything to do? Anything to change? Yeah, do we have a motion?
I'm sure I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda and a second. All in favor, raise your hand.
Right.
All opposed? Tammy, thank you. I know, sorry. 2.0, approval of the consent agenda.
I'm sure I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Ms. Tammy, thank you. Did we get that one this time? Okay, moving right along.
So bond timeline, at the last board meeting, the board asked about potentially the November 2025 timeframe. So we were asked to bring back a possibility in terms of dates, actions and responsibilities. So we brought back the same chart basically, but with new timeframes. So this is for you to look at and discuss. We have Anna and Leland, Joel, any historical trends, anything like that, for discussion. And then after this, we also have Reagan to talk about political consultant information report that kind of sort of goes with the bond line in terms of information, and then a polling company as well. But for right now, it's just really looking at the timeline, and this one is particularly for the November 25. But we also put another timeline in there just in case you wanted to have another look and decided to look at May of the following year, 2026. So there are some options in there just in case, but you did ask us to bring that back for November 2025. As you can see, there are some items that are coming up for kind of this fall time, October, November. So if that is something that you are potentially looking at moving forward with, we just want to make sure that we stay true to timelines and tasks. And we just wanted to get your discussion on this particular agenda item.
Seems so far away. I know, it's not like that.
So wouldn't it be worth looking at a bond timeline that comes closer to when the Facebook stuff hits the rolls? Or the district, the tax items? Sorry, Shannon.
Oh, no.
I had a question down here in June. It says assessment of district, begin development of bond communications plan, the political consultant or polling company. Do you normally hire both of them, or can one of them do everything?
That's really up to the board. We can do either both or one. I don't know that a political consultant does the work that a polling company does, but we can ask those questions. And I think,
How much money does how much, because you guys had a polling company for the last bond that did all the polling and they were incorrect, I believe. Like they said that the bond would pass and then it didn't, how much money did they charge to do that?
I would
How
have to
much
go
did
back
that
and look.
cost?
You know, I see a lot of numbers and I just don't have them all memorized, so I can find that out and send it to you.
Did we do one person last time or did we use two?
We had two. We had a political consultant and then we had a polling company that was separate. A polling company is a fairly specialized field. So I'm definitely not the expert on that, so.
I'm not, I
talk to
don't know, either. I was just curious of how much they both cost.
Yeah, I can get that to you later. One thing kind of to address what you're saying, Jessica, is that both of these, generally you're going to go out for a bond in November or May. I believe there are other elections in Oregon, but we really want to do November or May because of the rules. What constitutes I don't even know. You have to have a certain number of people that actually vote in some of those other elections, so the November and May are the most common. So what I did with these timelines is made them to where it really is any November or any May. So if you look at this and say, okay, November 2025, that means you get the funds in January of 2026. But you say, you know, maybe we need to make this align, maybe one in a year or two later than that, you would just adjust these years by 1 or 2 years later. So if you decided, we really like the idea of a November 2026 election, then you would just change that first line item that says September, October 2024 to September, October of 2025. And same thing with the May, you would just. These things have to be done a certain number of months in advance.
So that's what I was gonna ask you. So it's still a 12-month process.
And I really,
More or
this
less.
is really nice.
I didn't know, I didn't sit there and count lines, but did we compress the one for November of 25 compared to the one for May of 26?
No,
Or they're both, again, 12-month period kind of thing?
the only compression really there is, for the November 2025 one, we really should have started in September. But we would be fine if we started now. But if I was to start this from scratch and say, what would perfect look like? It would not say September/October, it would just say September.
Gotcha.
But, and then the May one looks a little bit different on the order of things because it's some of the grants that we would apply for are the same regardless of when we're going out for election. So we would just have to adjust and that's Leland's helping. He's really familiar with those grants. Really, it's just when does the board want to take this on? And then we just start plugging in those dates so that we then can start meeting those timelines and action steps.
Just, Madam Chairman, just note that if you follow this timeline,
Are you in November?
I'm in May at this point.
Okay,
You follow this timeline with the November ballot, you have decisions being made about what the bond is and whether to move forward at the same time as you are electing new school board members. So you do have some risk in there that your new board may not think the same way your old board did.
thank you.
And that's on the May 26th.
Right.
Isn't any May year gonna be that way?
No, every other May year,
Every other-
every odd May year is gonna be an election.
Thank you for that.
Other discussion on this?
The turnout matters. If you went to 26, would there be a May or November? One be better than the other? I don't know.
I'm not prepared to answer that question. That's not something I'm really in tune with.
Sure.
We know people who are, so. We can have a political consultant with us.
So I guess I could propose a motion. I move to approve the proposed timeline for the bond measure of, and I don't care whether it's November of May, but of the election year 2027, when we have funds rolling off of Facebook. I don't know that, I guess we'd have to know if there's a larger turnout for either or. I mean, to really make that justification, whether it's May or November. I mean, I'd rather look for the year 2027. I think it was Steve Forrester that presented that information from the city last month. Don't spend it before you got it. This is language.
So we have a motion on the table, correct, to push this out to approve May or November, but make it 2027.
I think without knowing which the larger turnout would be for that year. I wouldn't want to pick May and then November be the better month type scenario.
Well, I know I'm speaking out of turn, but isn't the Scott, when you say the turnout is always better at a November election?
So with our motion on the
So,
table,
I would say November of 2027.
Anna, can I ask, if we went out in November of 2026, we bid for funds in 2027?
I believe you really wouldn't know until October 2027 what that tax impact would be.
You know,
Okay,
what it
so-
would be based off of what the current at that time, when you write the bond,
Because the taxes are assessed in October of each year.
but you don't know what, obviously, your crystal ball is not telling you what.
But in November of 2027, you would have that information from October, the month prior.
You would need to start planning in September of 2026 in order to do an election in November of 2027. So if you wanted to wait until the funds were actually coming in, you probably want to do your bond measure in 2028. It could be May of 2028.
okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second on that? Okay, since we don't have a second, that motion is void. If that's the right word to use. Don't like using the other word. Done. So do we have further discussion on this?
Madam Chair, I would just say this is interesting information, but I don't think there's urgency for us to absolutely lock in a timeline right now. We have
Why
more
do we-
things to learn and more people to be involved and give it a little time.
Why did we change it to an action item? Because it was just informational. We changed it to an action item for tonight.
It wasn't action on the agenda. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was informational, my previous, my packet ones.
And the action
Or you
is.
mean this one?
Yeah, no, this one, see, information.
Yeah, that's what
motion,
yeah.
and-
That's what I was holding up.
Yeah,
just
but
making
this
sure
is
this
the
is where
old
we are.
one.
Yes.
See, it was
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
information, there was no motion, then we
Oh.
got here and it was changed to have a motion, so if you would change it to an action item.
I thought it was action on the
I think it's
on
probably
the
just a
agenda.
discussion on either way.
I think it was action and then it said information, and so they just needed to match at that point. Was my understanding. So at this point, it sounds like. Go ahead.
I just like, yeah, I mean, there's. Obviously, you're not gonna do anything this
That's
year.
what I thought tonight was
No,
information
I'm
only,
just
so.
saying, you're not going up for bond this year or next year, but it sounds
And the
like.
action was just if you guys want us to start on these
On
tasks, then we would need to start now, like on the October. So the action is just giving us the action to begin this process.
This
If we wanted to go out for the November 2025, because there's things that would need to be done. Starting now. So really the action is go forth and begin and conquer and start trying to accomplish some of the tasks leading up to that. Obviously, when you kind of get down, it says, discussion, and then there's a date that actually says for sure resolution calling for election in July. So that's another action. So this is really just action in terms of if we're thinking about going out for a bond in November of 2025, there are things that we need to start doing now. So it's
You're good, Jessica, it should have been labeled information. Shouldn't have led action.
I think.
Confusion's understandable.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, well,
Yeah,
taking an action, let's get rolling, so. Was information before I showed up.
And I'm really interested in the information.
I was gonna say, we probably should have heard from
Yeah.
this gentleman maybe prior to.
I'd be happy to address any and all of these questions.
Yes, so at this point in time,
Roll into the.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it's kind of all together, yeah,
yes.
this section.
Thank you.
Hello, Cook County School District Board of Directors. So I'm just going to introduce myself like I would. I work at the state legislature. So my name is Reagan Knope. I live in Albany. I'd like to thank the chair, the vice chair, and the whole board and the district for having me here. My name is Reagan Knope. I'm a political consultant. I have over a decade of experience in Oregon politics. I was born and raised, spent my first 18 years in Bend. Hopefully you won't hold that against me. But I've worked on elections. I've worked on statewide elections. I've worked on local, state, and congressional races that cover Bend, Redmond, Medford, Salem, Happy Valley, Albany, and Corvallis. I live with my wife in kind of rural Lynn County, just outside of Albany. I have 2 kids with another on the way, and we have a couple of horses on our 4 acres out there. So hopefully, culturally, I associate more. So just kind of thinking about and looking at your past activity and attempts to pass a bond, sort of hearing a little bit about the needs that you guys have in terms of upkeep on facilities, which is a challenge that pretty much every district in the state is facing based on kind of the tax structure in the state of Oregon. And you know, as you had pointed out in one of the KTVZ articles, there's a lot of money from the legislature, you know, some money from the legislature for personnel, not a lot for construction. I think you said instruction instead of construction. And so we have to figure out how to solve that deficit on the construction side of things. Costs of construction are up significantly, and even prior to kind of the inflationary pressures, it was still expensive to build because of a lot of the requirements that the state has for like public buildings and whatnot. So I would say that it just kind of generally my opinion, kind of observing you guys' conversation, your goal should be more than to pass a bond. Your goal should be to pass a bond with as overwhelming support as possible. A 51-49 victory on a bond can still be a loss for your community because they're going to be divided on the goals for educational outcomes and for the district. So your goal should be to unite the community. You want a broad support from all sectors and regions. I was looking at your school board zones map. You want strong, overwhelming support as much as possible from all your regions across the county and the district, right? So then my goal as a political consultant or any political consultant that you would hire would be to guide you guys in settling on a vision for a bond. And that bond should reflect the wants of the community and the needs of the district. And then my goal would be to help you guys go and just relentlessly sell it until it passes by hopefully those overwhelming margins. So, and kind of thinking about, and I really love what your folks in the district, the superintendent and your team have put together. If I were you guys, I would start looking at not doing the whole timeline, but doing those first couple of pieces, because if you don't know exactly what your facility maintenance is going to cost and what it would cost you to build a new school or what your needs are for a new school, I think you may not be fully equipped to move forward on a bond. And so if I were a board member, I'd want some of those numbers in front of me. What are the true maintenance costs? What is the assessment in terms of potential growth? If you guys, I think you guys are experiencing some growth. What's the potential for future growth? What are the needs for the types of schools that you're going to need, whether it's elementary or middle or high school, right? Are you guys meeting your current needs and are you meeting them into the future for some, set amount of time? So I might look at starting through that process without committing to the whole item, because as you noted, you may have an election in there and some new board members that have some input that's gonna, change direction a little bit. So that would be one recommendation. If I were to walk you through the process that I would start working with your district staff and with you guys as a board, I would start with brainstorming as a board and as a district, what are the types of things that can go in the bond? I would just start at square one on this process, which is kind of where it looks like you guys might be right now. Step 2, I would move to host listening sessions, at each of your schools or in each of your districts, however you want to distribute it. to make sure that the entire county is heard, because I suspect even in a county that on a map may look all one color, still has a lot of different personality to it. Maybe the core of Prineville thinks a little bit differently than the outskirts of Prineville, and maybe Powell Butte thinks a little bit differently, right? So you want to get all of that input, make sure that you've given your community the opportunity to be heard. Now you're going to get some good feedback. You're also going to get a population that is a little bit self-selecting in terms of being involved versus sort of sitting on the sidelines waiting for their ballot to show up and making a decision. So I would take the information that you guys get from the listening sessions and want to put it into some polling that you guys can go test to see, okay, this is what we've heard from the community. Let's go test it in the broader community in a scientific way and see if that matches what we heard. From there, I would say step 4 is to sort of finish making sure that we have the estimated costs of all those things that the community says that they support. Go back out again on the survey and find out what they're willing to pay for those things. Because I think a lot of people will give you great feedback on what they want, and then there's also what they're willing to pay for. And so I think those conversations may need to happen separately so that you can kind of mesh those two answers together. Because when you're having the pay for conversation, it's hard to get people excited about the new stuff. And when you're having the conversation about the new stuff, it can get bogged down in the pay for conversation. And so you split those conversations up in order to maybe get the best of both worlds, what people are willing to pay and what they want to pay for. And then 5 would be to get it filed on the ballot and start selling it. And then 6 is just to go out in the community and finish relentlessly selling it until you guys get to the election, right? And then hopefully a victory. So that's kind of how I would think about this process and start developing it. There's plenty more to add to that. Just kind of getting to the question about costs, just really basic poll costs about 10 grand. But if we wanted to do extensive survey work, we'd probably be looking in the 20 to 25 range for those surveys, you know, and we can get multiple bids from multiple qualified pollsters. I would recommend some pollsters that work in Oregon, and certainly you guys could do research and suggest some pollsters as well. And then the consulting fees is really just about the work. I kind of did like a quick estimate. And I think if you guys were going out in a November year, and I was sort of working on the assumption of maybe a November of 2025. I'm finishing up some elections right now. So I would want to start with you after I've gotten those done. So December or January, getting you to the next November to get you on the ballot, probably about, you know, breaking it up however you want, monthly or quarterly, about $50,000 to get you guys to the ballot, and then happy to participate on the election side because the district can't advocate for the bond, but the board members can, and you guys can form a political action committee that advocates for actual passage of the bond. Now, there's a lot you can do on the district side to inform voters, and I worked on a levy at the Lebanon Fire District. The district wasn't ready to pass that levy, but one of the things that we learned through that process is the district needed to start communicating with the broader community as the district early on. And if we had started that process sooner, I think we would have had more buy-in from the community. So they started doing kind of like a quarterly newsletter from the district telling their, you know, every property owner that pays into that district, here's what's going on in our district. And so then when you show up and you communicate with voters about here is what's on the ballot, here's what's the bond, that's not the first time they've heard from you. The first time they haven't heard from you is when you're asking them for money. They've already heard about the great things that are happening in your district and how this is going to further those outcomes. So anyway, that was a lot to just throw out there, but I just wanted to try to get all those thoughts out on the table for you guys. And then you guys, if you guys want to go through any of those questions I didn't answer, I'm happy to kind of give you my best opinion on them.
Reagan, do you think November or May is better?
So you're basically talking about 3 different types of elections. So right now we're in a presidential election cycle. The presidential election cycle is going to have the highest turnout of any type of election. We're probably going to see a 60 to 70% turnout in this election in November. Your next election coming up in the 2025 year, those are an off year election. Those are basically for mostly these local bonds and then school board races in May. Your May off year election, May 23, May 25, May 27 is going to have a higher turnout than November of 23, 25, 27, because you have candidates for school board on that May election. So your November election is going to have the lowest turnout in the off year, if that makes sense. So the November off year is probably your lowest turnout. Your May off year is your second lowest turnout. Then in the on election, so the 2026 election is a midterm, lower than presidential, but still higher than those odd numbered years. So your May will be lower than your November midterm election. You have Congress, you'll have a US Senate seat up, you'll have governor up in 2026, so there'll be a fair amount of activity in 2026. Does that answer?
Why I wasn't prepared.
So you said a presidential election and then.
Then a midterm election
Midterm,
and
then you roll in.
and then the off year election, and the November is almost always higher than the May for each of those.
And in your opinion, for a bond, which is better, high turnout or low turnout?
That's a good question. I think it varies some. We tried a low turnout election in Lebanon, but that was for a levy. So the difference between levies and bonds, as you know, is that bonds is basically for steel in the ground. Levies can be used for personnel. I think we saw with Ben LaPine School District, for instance, they went out for a levy. I think taxpayers felt, I'm already paying for these services. Why am I paying again, right? They want the legislature to handle that conversation about how much money is going to the schools for the personnel and for the students, right? I think bonds. I think part of it would depend on the polling, what we see as the key demographics. If we're doing well with voters who are reliable, consistent voters, you'd be okay in an off-term election. If we find that we do better with, voters who are younger but turn out less frequently, maybe just a presidential election or just a midterm, we may want to go out in a higher turnout election. We also will want to try to do our best to anticipate what else is going to be on that ballot driving turnout, right? Do you have a contested congressional election? Do you have a contested primary in a key district? All those things are going to drive potential turnout that can affect your bond. So I think it's going to depend. But I would say I would lean a little bit towards an off year just to be able to have the conversation free from a lot of the other, partisan related stuff that can kind of get a little bit sticky sometimes. And I think that's one of the things that we learned with one of the levies that I had worked on. And I think Ben LaPine learned that too a little bit.
So Reagan, I just want to understand, so your role, you would come to like the listening sessions and then give your information to a polling secondary?
So you guys, I think the district is best equipped, and I would attend as much as I could, but my role is sort of the general consultant. I would say I sort of almost act as the coach for this particular project, walking you guys through the different hurdles, both electoral and then also just related to public opinion and outreach. You guys would collect a lot of the information. I think a lot of the teachers and folks in your district are well better equipped than I am to process a lot of information coming in from your community, kind of putting it in a format that's easy to understand. We can take that to the pollster and craft questions based on that information. That's where I can help. I can translate the feedback from the community into what's the polling question we need to ask to find out what the community feels about this. There's a survey that I will send Dr. Skinner that from DHM Research, which is a Portland polling company. Over the summer, they did kind of a big survey, and one of the sections of that survey asked about education. How would you grade your local public schools? Which was how would you grade Oregon public schools? And then I was reading this morning in the Oregonian, and I'll send all this to you guys. There was a poll done by the same research firm, but it was a different poll done in October. And it had some findings about 60% of respondents felt positive towards their local school district, 51% felt positively towards teachers' unions, 49% had a positive view of the Oregon Department of Education. And so just kind of going through generally how do voters feel. And the main takeaway was that respondents feel most strongly, and most Oregonians feel that graduation rates are the single best way to measure outcomes. And so I think whatever you guys do in the bond has got to be tied to how it helps the graduation rate, either keep a high graduation rate or propel you to a higher graduation rate, depending on what the needs of your district are.
And Reagan, do you get typically paid out of public funds or privately raised funds?
So it would be both if I'm helping the district. So the district, before it goes out for the bond, can do a lot of the prep work. It can do the survey work to understand what's going on. So I've been paid by both district and private. If I end up working on the campaign as well, hired to do that, that's great. And I'll do both.
And that cutoff point is at the point
Filing.
Is filed.
Yeah, there's a little bit of advising I can continue to do the district. You guys can produce safe harbor documents, so you can compile information about the bond that is worded in a nonpartisan, fact-based way. You send that to the Secretary of State's office and they will critique it and say, make sure that it is nonpartisan. Then they send you back safe harbor. So you guys can distribute that and not be accused of electioneering with public funds, which you're not allowed to do. The only people exempt from that are you folks as the board, because you guys are elected. You guys can advocate for or against anything you want to as an elected official. All of your staff at the district and staff at the schools are only allowed to do that on private, not public time. So it's kind of a similar division, but mostly I would switch over after it's filed and we're into the campaign part of the season for the most part.
Reagan, have you passed any school bonds?
I have not passed a school bond and I've worked on one levy.
Did I understand you correctly that the off year May is higher turnout than off year November?
Yes, because you have, I believe that's true. I'll
Your
go,
school board, Your local stuff.
your school board. I think that's
I just
right.
wanted to make sure I wrote it down wrong. I thought that's what I.
No, I believe that is correct. Because it's very rare that there's very much on that November.
There's nothing to talk about in November of even. About Thanksgiving.
All right, does anybody have anything more for Reagan?
Good information, man.
Yeah.
Reagan, I'd be interested in for 10 minutes. We have been told.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that, but we've been told that you can't pass a bond unless you have something new and shiny to show people. You
Okay.
better have a picture. Just the idea of passing a maintenance bond, which is mostly what we need right now, isn't feasible. What's your thinking on that?
That's tough. I would lean towards that there's gotta be something that people latch on to that is kind of a new or at least a selling point, because I think. Let me go back and look at it. When I'm working on a political campaign and I'm trying to raise funds, which is not the exact same thing, but it's similar. People want to pay for getting to voters, whether it's through direct mail or texting or calls or door knocking. What they don't want to pay for is your campaign office rent. They don't want to pay for your printer toner. They don't want to pay for that doesn't excite people. So I would say I tend to agree in terms of having something that you can tie to increased graduation rates. And for most people, I think maintenance doesn't get them there. And I think based on, this basic data, and I think that would bear out in the surveys. So I would say I tend to agree with the other assumption.
Are we still into the discussion?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that we do need to pass a bond. Because we do have maintenance things, I think. I've said it before, like. I'm really, really big at looking at the options of moving the middle school to the high school. And building a new high school and either trying to do a land swap or sell out the middle school or figure something out in that regard, but what's frustrating for me when people come to ask for money for the bond is a lot of that work hasn't been done behind the scenes. Like, have you met with the city? Have you seen if there's any land swap opportunities? Have we gotten any, do we have land to do that within the district? I mean, cause I am more apt to probably go out for a bond in May of 2025, but I need to know that that information is presented behind the scenes, like we've done the work behind the scenes. And I know that the beginning of the timeline is to do that, but I do tend to agree with you, there needs to be something to show for it. I also feel like going out for a bond, there needs to be a really good security and good information about how we're going to better maintain what we have, like a clear path for that going forward. To make sure that we communicate really well with the community. But I mean, I do think we need a bond sooner than later. But what we put out there, we need to talk about, kind of come up with some things behind the scenes too. Or, you guys to work and say, hey, these are some options we have, because we need space. I think I did share it with Dr. Skinner that I had two admin come up to me and let me know that they have massive concerns about the middle school as well. That it's really hard to continue to patch that we need to look at other options, what we can do, so.
And if I may really briefly, I don't know that I would advise you to go out in May just because of how compressed that timeline would be.
I mean, 2026, sorry.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say May 25 is pretty soon.
Yeah, no,
You meant 2026.
Yes.
yeah, but that would be an off year.
Yeah, you'd be in your midterm primary for that one.
Thank you.
Any other
Yeah.
discussion?
Thank you.
Reagan, thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much. And I didn't bring cards. I apologize, but please forward my information. Happy to talk to you all. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions or want to get moving. I'm happy to be ready to help.
Thanks, Reagan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
3.3, our billing consultant. We have them.
He's rejoining right now as a panelist.
Can you guys hear me?
Good evening.
Then you can start your video. If you'd like.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, it wasn't working for a second. I apologize. Can you all hear me okay? Excellent. I'm not certain can you, I'm sorry, okay. Okay, so my name is Ben Patinkin. I'm a principal at Patinkin Research Strategies. We are based both in Oregon and in Washington. We have an office in West Lynn and then my office in Gig Harbor, Washington State. I've been polling in Oregon for, gosh, since 2001. So whatever that is, 13 years, too long. No, wait, not 13 years, 23 years. And we do a lot of work across the state. We've done statewide work as well as a number of local work, both for cities, counties, and for school districts. Since the founding of our firm in 2012, we've done polls for nearly 60 school districts across the state. We regularly present at the Oregon School Board Association Bonds and Ballots Conference and are very well familiar with the polling process for bonds in Oregon. I'm gonna share my screen if I can. Is that possible?
We'll make it possible.
It is?
It should be. What happens when you try it?
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
All right, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Hang on 1 second here. I just have a quick little deck I can go through for you all. In a minute. I have too many screens open, I apologize. So here we are. All right. So what county school district? So what is polling? This is just, I was asked to just give you an overview of what polling is and how it works. Polling is a science. We deal with measurement, accuracy, statistics, probability, sampling, margin of error, which is critically important when you're thinking about how you're talking the accuracy of data and particular subgroups and that sort of thing. But it's also an art form. So Reagan was talking about crafting questions. How we craft those questions, the wording we use can have a significant impact on the outcome in terms of the response for each one of those questions. So that's a critically important piece of the process and frankly, less well understood. It's something that takes years to hone and figure out the right way to do things. We'll get into a little of that in a second. But we need to think about what polling is, remember, polling is not about predicting the future. Polling is a snapshot in time. So there was a conversation earlier on about the previous bond, which we did poll for. And yes, we said 55% was what support was for the bond language. We tested the 10-word caption, our best guess at it, and the best guess at a 20-word question, which is what Oregon law requires when you're writing out your ballot. That's what people see. But that poll was conducted in late November, early December of 2021, and the election was May of 2022. And the reason why I say this is it's just a snapshot in time. A lot happened between November of 2021 and May of 2022 that can impact how people perceive a bond and all that. You know, a campaign. There's things that go on in terms of reasons to opposition within a community. So opinion changes. It changes as soon as like we're out of the field, and we have to keep that in mind as we're thinking about when to poll. Because that's critically important. You want to get as close to the election date as possible so you can get as good a look as you can before you start trying to influence decision making. So it's a snapshot in time, polling gets stale, but it can help you from the get-go determine who's with you, who's against you, and who's most open to persuasion. And this goes to what Reagan was talking about a moment ago. You know, you do want to try and knock it out of the park. You don't want to just get to 50% if you can. If I were to go into the field right now, I'd probably see polling numbers close to 50%-ish, something like that, depending on the election that we're looking at. But if we're going to knock it out of the park, polling can help us understand the language that we use, the education statements that we want to highlight in order to build support beyond that 50%, to get to 55, to get to 60. That's a goal. That's what polling is used for. And it can help inform how you do it, the resource allocation necessary. Do you put more money into digital? Do you put more money into mail? All of these things are, you know, resource allocation that polling can help you with depending on the demographics of the poll and who's most open to persuasion. It can also help you figure out the best bond date. You were all just talking about that a moment ago. For a November of an odd year, you're looking at turnout probably between 30 and 35%. For a May of an even year, you're probably looking at the same thing unless there's a whole lot going on the ballot that wants to bring people out. So in your case, a competitive gubernatorial race, perhaps, something like that. And then a November election in an even numbered year is going to be the highest election that you look at. So for 2026, which is a congressional year, not presidential, you're probably looking at turnout in the high 60s, low 70s. And that's going to impact, you know, you have to make decisions about, is that the right date to go with? If, as Reagan said, if you have, you know, younger voters are most likely to show up on that date. They are far less likely to show up in an odd year. So if your poll shows that you do really well with younger voters, AKA your parents, maybe you do want to go for that November date. But if there's a lot going on, it's harder for a school district, which is way down the ballot, to break through and have people hear what you have to say about all the good things that a bond would do. So that's sort of like the dynamic that you use polling to figure out. Can you get it across the finish line in a odd year November when there are a lot more voters over age 50 who don't have kids in schools, who you have to go out and persuade? Or is it better to go in an even numbered year where it's harder to get people to hear what you have to say? In terms of constructing a good poll, number one, don't tip off voters that it's coming. You want to get a good scientific reading on how people feel about the ballot language and the bond program that you want to pull together. If you tell people that it's coming ahead of time, they're going to do research and you're not going to get a good understanding of how do people feel in the moment. It should accurately reflect the targeted audience. So, you know, you don't want to talk to registered voters as a whole. You don't want to talk to just people over age 50. You want to talk to likely voters. And that's part of that is figuring out the election again that you want to go for. Sample size is important. This gets to margin of error. So the poll that we did back in the day was a sample of 400 likely voters. That gets you a margin of error plus or minus 5 percentage points. So technically speaking, the data could be 5% higher than 55% or 5% lower than 55%. when you're talking about subgroups, the margin of error is going to increase. So younger voters, margin of error is going to be a lot higher because there are fewer people behind that cell. There's not 400, there's probably 100. Usually we see about 30%-ish participation in each poll from your parents. You'll want to ask a 10-word caption and 20-word question. Do not ask a summary. If you ask a summary of what this bond does, you're not going to get an accurate read of what people are going to do when they open up their ballots and read your ballot language. So that's what we know people are going to read. It's the only thing we know people are going to read about your bond. So it's good to ask. It's actually a priority to just ask that to understand where you are. But then after that, you can test a number of different things. And where you're at right now in your process is when you're still exploring, price sensitivity. Like, how worried are people about costs? Like, do you ask for a $80 million bond or a $60 million bond, or you just go for a renewal? Like, all of those things matter and can be tested and help you understand the appetite voters have in terms of spending for specific facilities. Right now, over the past, year, as you well know, there is a large conversation going on in this country, let alone just in Oregon or in Cook County, going to economy and costs of living and all those things. And it has heavily impacted support for bonds across the state of Oregon. I've been having to tell more people not to move forward with a bond than I would like, simply because people are unwilling to pay for it right now. But we can try and understand the components of a bond that make people more willing to do it. What we see a lot of right now is sort of the mantra of like warm, safe, and cool. And basically, it's like going to spending for HVAC, spending for roofs, and all these things that like just make it so the kids are learning in a safe environment and in an environment that is conducive to learning. They're not looking for fancy things. They just want to make sure that your buildings get the job done. And then you can test messaging, and then you can, depending on poll content, you can re-ask the ballot language after all that to see whether or not you're able to move people by telling them what they're going to be buying. And then last slide here, in terms of timing, if you're just going to do one poll, you do that poll 1 or 2 months ahead of when you have to take board action to move it to the county and put this thing on the ballot. That way you're able to have time to talk over the final results, make any adjustments to the bond plan itself, and pull together a political action committee and do all those things that tee up the education effort and the campaign ahead of the election. Preferably, however, you're able to do 2 polls, and a lot of this is budget oriented. But if you do 2 polls, you do one of them about 12 to 9 months ahead of the election, to help inform your long-range facility planning process, help your committee better understand support and opposition to various things that you're looking at in terms of bond components. Do you rebuild one school, or do you just remodel it? Do we focus more on safety, or do we focus on technology? All those different things polling can tell you and help you prioritize, as well as, again, pricing. So you do that poll first, where you figure out how to construct the bond. And then you do a second poll, this one again, 1 or 2 months ahead of board action, where you figure out how to talk about that bond. So you construct it, and then you figure out how to talk about it. So that's what I have. That's sort of like bond polling 101. So I'm happy to open it back up.
Do you have any questions? Any discussion?
Currently.
And I just want to thank you for all of your time and all of your input and all of the information. It doesn't look like we have any questions right now. So thank you again for everything.
Yeah, my pleasure, and good luck moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, moving on to 3.4, feasibility report.
Okay, let's see. It's that up and running. Just good evening and thank you for this time. Board Chair Jim Knight, Vice Chair Scott Cooper, and distinguished members of the board. Tonight, we are here to present the feasibility study And of course, this was requested at the last board meeting, just to kind of set the tone. Normally, a feasibility study could take up to 6 months, even longer. We did work well over 100 hours on this just in order to kind of get some valuable information to you in such a short amount of time. So our hope is to make you just aware of this informed information so that you can potentially make some decisions regarding potential space. So we want to kind of start off with a timeline just to paint the picture of the sequence of events. So in the spring, this was kind of before I was officially here, GMH reported the need to administration for some space, as well as freeing up some space at Steams Pillar to possibly be a K-8 option for some overflow of middle school. And of course, High Desert Christian Academy approached the district to discuss space options and their vision. And then when I started mid-July, I was approached with the idea of potential space options with High Desert Christian Academy. So that is when we began some of the tours. We toured the facilities, and the original request was about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet for GMH. However, the space was much larger that High Desert Christian Academy had. And then this is when I was approached with the idea that not only GMH, but we could potentially move district office and technology. And then if district office and technology relocated, this would then free up some of those lease monies here at the current district office. So kind of moving a little forward, the High Desert Christian Academy and some of the board members requested that High Desert Christian Academy be put on the September agenda so they could present their vision. So at the September board meeting, we were tasked with a feasibility study, which included meeting with the city and the county to determine if this project would be feasible for the district. We wanted to go a step further actually, and included a GMH family committee, GMH staff committee. We also included Parks and Recs with the city and county committee meeting. And we also issued a GMH family survey just to get a well-rounded kind of view and a picture. So let's kind of stamp tonight's purpose. So tonight, the purpose is really to provide the board with the requested feasibility report regarding the High Desert Christian Academy building purchase proposal. So tonight, you're going to hear about the components of this feasibility report. And so up on the screen, you see some bulleted items. These are the items that we looked at in terms of getting this proposal, this feasibility study to you. We looked at a feasibility repair assessment, technology assessment, building comps and sales history, also looking at an informal building renovation cost analysis. We also gathered stakeholder input. I just mentioned a few of those. Partnerships, what that partnership word means, financial options, property purpose clarification, a timeline for this particular project, and potential recommendations. And at the very end, we will have board discussion. So if you have questions throughout the presentation, please just kind of write those down because they may be answered along the way. And that way it'll kind of keep us moving along. This will give us an opportunity to complete the presentation, and then we'll have that discussion time at the end. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Joel to discuss the stakeholder feedback and input.
Yeah, one thing I don't think we've always done a great job is, as a district, is asking the people who are most impacted their opinion. So we wanted to make sure that we really included GMH families, GMH staff, and heard their voice, as this would most likely impact them. So we did a GMH survey, so we put that out to all families. We got 30 responses, which is actually, our polling guy isn't here, but a pretty good response rate. We did a focus family group to go a little deeper. So we invited 3 families, were invited, GMH families that have been enrolled the whole, ever since GMH existed. So these are experts in GMH. Like we said, we got all the staff here. I think we initially were like, oh, let's just get a few staff. And then I believe Mr. Skinner said, everyone wants to come. So I believe we had every single GMH staff member give their opinion. And then also, just like the board directed and asked, we met with the city, Steve Forrester. We included Steve Waring from Parks and Rec, as he has kind of a community vision as well. The fantastic Mr. Eric Klon joined us for that. Susie Hermrich from the county, she's a county commissioner, she joined, and then Steve Holiday was here as well for that. So just going through real quick on the trends of what we learned from our stakeholders. If you look first, the GMH staff, what we heard from them, and there's a little word cloud there, but just the trends were hands-on spaces for labs were really important for those teachers. a centralized location. As the GMH staff said, a lot of students take classes either at the high school or the middle school or COCC, so they said having a centralized location. And then you see how shared is the biggest term. I put a note, that is bad. They're tired of sharing their space with each other. It's like they're asked to share classrooms and shared offices. So they're not looking for share. They want their own space so that they can have their own classroom for their meetings with parents and whatnot. So those were some of the main themes from the staff. If we look at our GMH family group, one of the huge themes that you'll hear a lot that families love is they love the flexibility of GMH. Their priorities, they talked about a gymnasium. Again, we saw that theme of like hands-on lab experiences, cafeterias. One of the things we forget is a lot of these students are in the hybrid form. So that social piece of coming into school, eating lunch with their peers, that's something that these families really value. So having a cafeteria space emerged, as well as a library. And then finally, they also talked about proximity to COCC. As students, a lot of students, if they become juniors and seniors at Grizzly Mountain Home Link, they take a lot of dual credit through COCC. So the families mentioned that close proximity to COCC was something they really valued. So that was some of their feedback. On the GMH family survey, like I said, we had about 30 responses. Some of the key themes that emerge, having tutoring spaces, opportunities so that kids can come in, get some specialized tutoring, centralized location to other services like COCC, the high school, middle school for electives. So proximity was one of the things. A key theme that emerged from the family survey that we didn't hear as much was safety was a really big priority for these families, making sure this is a safe location to send their kids. They talked about locking doors that lock. Large spaces was another theme that really emerged. Spaces to pull all the kids together, and then a gym, playground, and access to after school activities was another key theme that emerged. And then finally, our last group, our community leaders, very different. We were with Steve, Susie, Eric, and a couple more Steves. And they talked a lot more about the process, the planning of this. So looking at long-term needs, talking to the community, what do they need? What process can we go through to position the district well for a potential bond down the road? How do these tax windfalls all fall in place? When does that hit the books? And then we actually have Eric Klon here, who's going to speak just a little bit later about more information and timelines around these processes. So that was the big piece on really pulling everyone together to not just say, oh, what does Joel think? Or what does Dr. Scan think? It's what is our community? What are the people that will impact most? What are they looking for in this?
All right, in order to kind of streamline our conversations tonight, we wanted to have kind of that property map that was also shown last board meeting. So I just want to level set on the property we'll be discussing. So you can see in the corner there, building or section 7 is the property that High Desert Christian proposed at the September board meeting. So there were some additional conversations that we're going to have throughout that meeting regarding CTE. So, but however, BTI will not be a financial partner for that kind of emergency room area. Therefore, tonight, the discussions will just be centered solely on building 7, that area right there, that wing, for this particular conversation. With that being said, Frick County School District has partnered with BTI with certifications, and I know I send updates and kind of those celebrations. We have a year 1, year 2, year 3 phase-in project, but for tonight's purposes, we really want to focus on that building 7 because that is on a separate tax roll, and that is the property currently for sale and was presented at the last board meeting. Partnerships. The word partnerships has been kind of coming up over and over. So we just wanted to kind of put a slide up just to kind of show some of these community partners and groups. So we've kind of been talking about the word partner. So each group on the slide has committed to being a partner. Everyone has agreed it's a wonderful idea and concept vision. So they are all partners in really this educational hub idea in Prineville. We have yet to kind of define though the complete vision for financial partnerships. Therefore, as of today, we do not believe there are current financial partnerships within these groups. But we are of course in the early stages. So next, we're going to have Anna. She's going to talk a little bit about sales history and comp.
So we just want to make sure that we gather as much information as we possibly can give you. This is just a screenshot from the property tax information sites. It's just public information, and it shows that the current owner of the campus paid $1.65 million in 2020, which was approximately $19 per square foot. We don't know what High Desert Christian Academy will be paying for the campus when they purchase it in 2 years. This is just historical information. My notes, let's skip to the next slide. So there's additional information here just about commercial buildings in Handle. I'm not as in tune with commercial real estate as a commercial realtor would be, but I have been watching commercial real estate in Prineville for about 7 years because we have felt a need for a bigger district office with the ability to customize for our needs. It'd be really great to have, you know, a space that we could build out for a school board, for the school board meetings. And there's some security things that we would like to add. But because we don't own it, we don't put the money into it. And, but if we did own this building, it would work great. We would, if we had the whole building, we could customize it. And it's also an excellent location that's really close to all of our schools. So that's why I have, on a future slide, some information about this building. So for this feasibility study, I gathered information about the current commercial properties on the market. We have not spent money on an appraisal yet, because we haven't felt like the board really wants us to spend that money yet. But this is similar to what an appraisal would do. The difference would be that they would be using sale prices, not asking prices. This is the asking price on the market for everything commercial that's available right now. Change tomorrow. As far as prices could go down, or new things could come on the market or sell. The cost per square foot for commercial buildings is shown here with the High Desert Christian Academy building down there for comparison. One thing we wanted to note is there is one building here in town for 4.9 million, which is not that much more than the asking price for the Christian school property. But it's 48,000 square feet. It's got what we're calling big power, a loading dock. It was built in the year 2000 and it's been well maintained according to the property listing. The High Desert Christian Academy building is offered for 286 square feet, $286 per square feet. I'm not exactly sure when it was built. It was either the 70s or the 80s. On the property tax website, just a quick search said it was 1980s, but a lot of people say that they remember it in the 70s, somewhere around that time. It's definitely a lot older. And it has not been maintained, which adds to the cost of getting it ready for use. None of these buildings up here would be ideal for us, but it just shows market prices, which is important. And that you would want to look at that for when you, as a board, would want to go into an executive session to discuss property purchases. The next thing I gathered was current lease space available, just for information. We don't have to dig deep into this, because we have it in your packet. But one thing to note is it is normal for lease dollars per square foot to be lower than purchasing a building, because you don't own anything. This is an every year cost. A purchase would be a one-time cost. These range from $9 a square foot to $21 a square foot. Also, one note on here is the current district office down at the bottom. I put on here that $18.63 per square foot. That actually includes the utilities and maintenance, which is not included in any of the ones above. As a side note, the current district office was appraised at about the same time the High Desert Christian Academy School was built, and it was just short of $1.5 million. Real estate has changed a lot since then, so I don't know how relevant that is, but it just kind of gives you a kind of comparison.
Wait, this building was built in the 70s or 80s?
This building was appraised around the same time as the High Desert Christian Academy building was purchased. So 2000, can you go back to 2019?
Building was built about 1990. Safest probably.
I just misheard her.
So I have information for Redmond, just because there's such a small number of properties available in Prineville. Redmond's a little bit irrelevant, just because we can't locate outside of our district, so, you know, we have to be located inside the county. But this is just, you know, this is almost worse than apples to apples. This is kind of like, we joke, this is an apples to pineapples, just because Redmond is a completely different community and, but what we're thinking is that something that would be the middle of the road in Redmond might feel a little high for Prineville. So anytime you purchase a used building, you also need to plan not just for the cost of the building, but also for the repairs and renovations. So Leland's gonna talk about repairs and renovations that we would need if we were to purchase the High Desert Christian building.
Okay, so what we did was, there's so many variables in remodeling a building when you don't have a design. So what I did is I called 2 architects and 1 engineering firm. That's a big engineering firm, so they handle mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, they have structural staff, all those things, right? So I requested rough estimates from all 3 of those as to what it would cost to remodel a 15,000 square foot building. So that cost is somewhere between $3 and $4 million. That's based on $190 per square foot, up to $280 per square feet. So that's a complete remodel. So because we don't know what the design is, we don't know what the remodel is gonna ultimately look like. So one of the other things that I got a pretty good estimate on the environmental testing. So that would include a comprehensive look at mold, mildew, radon, asbestos. Seems like there's something else in there too.
Is it lead?
Lead and lead water testing. And that cost came back around $15,000 to $18,000. And then to have somebody come in and actually go through the building, dig through it, open the ceilings, do all that work. There's a cost associated with that, and that cost is gonna be $15,000. I actually have a proposal for that work to happen, so. So the worst case scenario is that could cost $4.1 million just to get the building ready for us to turn it into a school.
When we're looking at technology costs, you'll see on this that there's a pretty wide scale, and you know, some of this is like, there are some known pieces. We know we would need technology, hardware, switches, access points, security, door access, PA system, all those things. One of the assumptions made in this is that standalone building is rather old, and we don't know the last time that building was activated and actually used from a technological data standpoint. There are cables that are used historically, Cat 4, Cat 3, Cat 5, and then there are new standards that come out, Cat 5e and Cat 6. We don't know what those cables are, and if those are Cat 5 cables, we would need to rip and replace those with the new standard of Cat 5e or Cat 6 for the data transmission rates that we need to serve our district. So it's about $200,000 for all of the physical hardware, and then another $100,000 assumed if we needed to replace the category cable that runs throughout the building. The extra $1 million, so this picture on the slide really kind of represents what the district office serves as. And so if you think about the district office as that orange circle in the middle, it is our core. It is the core that feeds all of our district buildings. So we have one line of internet that comes in from Bend to a network closet in this building. And then there are these fiber lines that run to each of our other buildings. So we don't have independent internet that runs to each school building. We get our internet here to our core, and we distribute that out. All traffic flows out to the buildings, comes back through here, and then leaves our main pipe that goes to Bend. If the board chose to completely decouple from this building, we would be required to relocate that core. The last time that this was done, according to records I was able to find, was in 2007. That's when we established this as the core, and we built what's called our dark fiber network out to all of our buildings. At that time, it was $300,000. Assuming that that costs have increased on that, we I estimated roughly $1 million for a move like that. That also comes with a long-term commitment from whoever's doing it. So in 2007, when we worked with Ben Broadband, not I, obviously, but when they worked with Ben Broadband to establish this as the core, they signed a 25-year agreement to utilize this as the core. That ends in 2032, and if the decision was that we were going to completely decouple and actually relocate our core, we would need to engage with Ben Broadband and fully understand how that would work and how the timing would work. That's why you see that range there, and you'll see in you see down here in option 1, there are 2 options. One is relocate the core and, you know, pay that cost, determine where that core is going to be. Option 2 would be you can maybe work with High Desert ESD to negotiate just the lease of the core tech room that we have for the continued use of the core. Maybe we won't have office staff that are office in here, but we have the ability to come into this space, get into and access our core, and that remains the core for the time being. Does that make sense?
So obviously the purchase cost is not the whole thing. That's just one component that we need to consider. So with the cost that have been detailed by Leland and Eric, we have a grand total cost. And those include those assumptions as Eric and Leland and I mentioned, of 9.688. Now this would be a cash cost if we didn't have to finance anything. That would just be if we could just write a check and do all these things out of pocket. Some of the costs are a range, as we mentioned, so like some of the costs may not be necessary, like if we decided to not have to move the core and just try to rent some space here. But we would rather tell you the full, I don't want to say worst case, but most cost case scenario than to get into something and then say, oh, it's going to be more than you thought. So that's why we're disclosing every potential cost up front that we can reasonably predict. We do have some funding options. So how would we pay for the purchase? We could either pass a bond potentially, or get a bank loan or use cash on hand. So if we were to pass a bond, we would be dependent on the public passing a bond in a major election. So that would take longer. It would be a lot longer timeline. But a bond is the absolute lowest, cheapest way that we can finance. And when we pass a bond, it's a separate funding stream. So that all of the money to pay for that purchase is not coming out of operations. Based on the most recent survey we did about, for a bond measure, I used that total cost of issue and I applied that to that 9.6 million, and it would cost us about 19.2 million total cost for that property. If we were to do a bank loan, it would be faster. It would probably just take 3 to 4 months, just to go through, you know, align the board meetings, get the approvals, do the research, talk to the banks, get the loan, get the money. But it would be a higher interest rate. That's just the way it works because a bond is a tax exempt instrument, which means that people who invest in bonds don't have to pay taxes on their interest earnings, so they're willing to earn a lower interest. So usually when you go through a bank, you're gonna have a higher interest rate. And there are some exceptions, we could look into that, but you'll probably never get as low as you get with a bond. But you'd have to pay for that with operational funding. You wouldn't have a separate funding stream to pay that debt down. And then overall with interest costs, it would be about $20. We do have money in the bank set aside for things. And every month in your board packet, you get a list of every fund that we have and how much money is in there at that moment in time. These are what we just kind of call reserve funds or, you know, designated reserve. And so we do have some money set aside for very specific purposes with long-term plans attached to most of them. There's a couple of exceptions, the PERS reserve
doesn't have a specific plan, it just has, it's to plan for the future as PERS rates go up. But like textbooks, for example, we have 20 years in the future planned out on how much we're planning or expecting to have to spend on each textbook adoption in that 7-year cycle. So I am not advocating that we use internal funds. In fact, I'm strongly advocating against using that money. But it is part of just telling you all of the information that's available and making sure that you know all of your options. A bond with good planning is the best option for any property purchase that a school district can undertake, even though it would take longer. So I talked a little bit about the timeline. If we were to go out for a bond, if you go out for a bond in May, you usually have the money in January. If you go out for a bond in November, if you go out in May, you have the money in July. If you go out in November, you have the money in January. And there's a little bit of, we can move it around because we can look at the market and make decisions, but that's the general timing. A bank loan would be 3 to 4, possibly 5 months. If we were to use internal funds, that would be immediately available. And then at that point, your timeline depends more on just logistics, which Leland and Eric will talk more about the logistics for technology and facilities.
So from a facility standpoint, it's gonna take close to 12 to 18 months to remodel a building that size. And it's turning red again.
No, it's just that. Technology timeline, it really depends on that core decision. If we chose not to move the core, then I'd be able to fit well within Leland's timeframe. I would say if we're moving the core, that changes the game a lot, and we're probably at close to the same timing.
So if you move the core, it would be the 12 to 18 months?
If we,
Or-
yeah, I mean, if Leland's is, I would say I can fit within Leland's timeline. Whether we move the core or not, but I'd be much faster if we didn't move the core, we could do our work in a matter of months. So I'd be able to fit within Leland's timeframe.
Okay, so because we know the need for additional space for Grizzly Mountain and the potential overflow for the middle school, making potential space for Steens Pillar to be in K-8, that was one of the options that was on the table. We wanted to present some additional options, as we know that the board really likes to hear some outside the box thinking and just be presented with all the potential options available. So we know that building 7, that is one of the options that we're talking about tonight. But we could also do a few other things. Again, just putting some different options on the table so that the board can have discussions in a minute at the end of the presentation on any of these that you would like to. So building a separate space for Grizzly Mountain. And I know Leland's going to kind of jump in and talk about locations. That could be a potential prefab or metal building around that 350 square foot. So if Grizzly Mountain needs 6,000 square feet, I believe that'd be around 2.1, 2.5. If we did something like that, prefab, of course, buying the current district office, but of course that does not solve the problem. And our initial request was Grizzly Mountain space. So that would just really free up, the district office is being a purchase. We're going to look a little bit. Leland's got a Google Earth map and then potential community land swaps. That was a topic of discussion when we met with the city and the county. At the time we had our meeting, there was nothing that they could think of, but they know that's an option that we're looking at, and they're going to definitely keep us informed when those opportunities come into play. But that was a topic of discussion at our meeting. So we're going to look at Google Earth. We have some space across from Pioneer and some green space by the high school. So Leland, if you want to talk
Sure.
about those spaces.
So the first one we'll look at right up there is the one that is just to the east of Barnes Butte Elementary School. So there's about 3 to 5 acres right there of space that has good access from that road that sits to the east of it now. We could easily build a 5,000 or 6,000 square foot building right there. The second site would be at the middle school, where the large, where they have like the practice football field and some soccer fields right there. There's enough space right there to build a building there as well. Parking would have to come over into the south parking lot right there where you see on the south side of the school. That would be the only way to park anything right there.
Same size, I'm sorry, same square footage by 6,000.
So I don't know what yeah, you could put a 5,000 square foot building there. Yeah, you could do that.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. The third site is off of Barnes Road. That's the current ag property. So there's almost 30 acres right there and there's buildings on the site already. But that's a big site. The drawback with putting a school there is I believe it was looked into before I got here. And there's issues with the traffic study for that particular area. But then I don't know what the future holds as far as moving traffic in that general direction out there, if there's gonna be any.
Barnes Butte and Yellow Pine.
Thank you.
Yes. The fourth site is currently where facility sets. So there's quite a bit of space right there. You could probably get a 5,000 square foot building there. It might be a little bit of a push. It would mean that we would have to move the school-based health center, and that, the way I have that drawn there, it takes all 4 of those mods out of play as well. They would have to move somewhere else, and that would give us a location. That's limited because of parking. And I think the best use of that particular space, if we moved facilities and put all the support services in another building, is that would make a better parking lot than anything else to serve the south building at Steens Pillar. The fifth site would be off of Lynn Boulevard at the high school. It's that nice green space. It's right there on the north side of all the science and CTE wing. That's a pretty decent sized space. You could put a 5,000 square foot building there if you wanted to. The next site would be just north of Pioneer High School. So you could put a small building there and share that same parking lot with that. You'll notice that there's a swale there that you can't do anything with. It's on the south side of where I have that square drawn. And then the last one is a piece of land that's over by Bimart that's for sale. So there's enough room in that space to build a building there and create a parking lot on the north side of that.
Is that where the trailer park was?
Sure.
Okay. Can you, sorry, I apologize. I should have waited. We've got a couple more slides. I'm sorry. Okay, so we kind of just went over some spaces that we have, just keeping in mind kind of what the GMH families and staff were saying in terms of space and location and being close to different things. We just wanted to be able to present a couple of options. Some of those were close, some of those were not close, but we wanted to give some different options. So we're kind of to the considerations, almost to the end here. So considerations 1, 2, and 3. Looking at everything that Anna kind of presented in terms of kind of the overall hospital purchase price, the comps, renovation cost, repairs, looking at all of those figures, going into negotiation, potentially for a reduced price, just trying to, kind of think about all those costs that might go into it. Consideration number 2, we talked a little bit about, potential prefab, metal building, just some other type of structure if GMH is still needing that space. And that is something that the board wants to have continued discussions about. We do, Leah was just saying about some of the existing land that we have. Consideration 3 tonight, you can have those discussions about is, Anna did talk about some potential other buildings that were for sale and just looking at some competitive purchase prices. 1, 2, and 3 are pretty much contingent on number 5, the bond. Anna went over that a little bit about options in terms of how to purchase some different things. And then, of course, consideration 4, if we are solely looking at GMH space and looking at 6,000 square feet, leasing approximately 6,000 square feet, if High Desert Christian Academy would have, a certain section for that. Of course, that would be an added cost to the current budget, but if that is the space that GMH needs, versus the 15,000 for that full building 7, we could look at a part of that. Of course, consideration 5 is the bond. And of course, we're unable to purchase the building until they're able to purchase the building, which would be July of 2026. The recommendation for me tonight is really looking at beginning that long-term planning with the community partners. And tonight, looking at with the city. Our next presenter is Eric, and he's going to talk a little bit about what the city can do to kind of help and discuss those long-term planning options. After they present, we do have a slide for the board for discussions, just so that you can kind of hear every aspect, and then we can kind of go into discussions.
So board, very nice to see you tonight. I think I know everyone except Jessica. I'll have to shake your hand afterwards. So Eric Klon, born and raised in Prineville, graduated 1994. Went to school at Oregon State, came back. I currently have 2 kids going to the district. So I reached out to Dr. Skinner and Dr. Hoff after watching some of the school board meetings. I like to watch these on YouTube. And yeah, well, just to see if there was some help I could provide. So Dr. Skinner said I was here from the school district. That's not quite right. You know, I still work for the school or for the city part-time. About 3 years ago, I transitioned away from the city, started my own little engineering business. I still do their city engineering for them. But the public works director stuff, I don't do anymore. What I like to do is help small communities, small little water treatment plants travel throughout Eastern Oregon. And I like to do things like this, like figure out costs, big projects, things like that. So when I worked for the city, and what I still do for them is the big planning stuff. So if we're going to build a big project, I'll figure out the finances for it. I'll figure out the design. So for the city, we have planning documents that really help guide us for 20 years. So for the water, we have the water master plan. That looks at all of the growth that we project for the next 20 years. So for the city, do we need to drill a new well? Do we need to do a new big tank? What do we need to do? What capital improvements do we need to do to maintain the existing? We do that for the water with the water master plan. With wastewater, we have the wastewater facilities plan, and then transportation system plan. So all of those documents look at our projected growth. It looks at the current state of that infrastructure and looks at what we need to do. They're 20-year plans. We update them every 5 years. And from those plans, we set our rates. So the rates would be like your monthly rate. So that's going to be taking care of the maintenance type things and the operations. And then we also set our system development charges. So for any big new project, we make sure that growth pays for growth. So they pick up those costs. You go to the next page. You have that as well with the long range facilities plan. So the last time that was updated was in 2021. And I was actually part of that as a citizen member. Sarah and I were on that. I think Steve, you might have been on that at the time. We had representatives from the county, from Parks and Rec, a lot of people from just parents looking at the shape that the school district was in. You know, they looked at every single building, what they needed to do, looked at the growth that was projected to happen. And that was adopted, took about a year to get that into place. See, there were 35 community members. I think we probably had 6 or 7 meetings. School district probably had 4 or 5 to adopt that. And it was really fairly well attended for a document like that. We had parents, teachers, everyone like that. So moving on to the next page. That document allows the school district to access these Oregon School Capital Improvement Matching Funds. So those were the dollars that were brought up to the board, I think earlier this spring when you guys had considered a bond. So what that is a big pot of money that school districts are eligible for maintenance projects. A lot of it's depending upon the income of your community. And so maybe a wealthier community wouldn't have as much opportunity as a lower income community. For Crook County, you can see if the school district were to get a $6 million grant, you would have a match of about $3 million. So it's a good chunk of money and something worth considering. The thing about that is you have to have an up-to-date long-range facilities plan. So, you know, that document's supposedly good for 10 years. Really, it's only good for 5 years if you want to access this funding stream. So what I've done is just thinking about where the board's at. You know, I got kids in school. I'd like to see, you know, help however I could. and with my background in the finance and the project building, if we could go to the next slide. I'd love to work with the board and develop that very, very comprehensive funding analysis. That's gonna go from 2026. So, you know, what's the big thing about 2026? That's when the data centers are getting ready to drop on out to 2050. And so take a deep dive with the board to help you guys understand the impact of that. Looking at the property tax revenue forecast. You know, I think the current tax assessed value for your district is what, 3.2 billion maybe? You know, Facebook's invested 8 billion, 9 billion, Apple's about 2 billion, so that will be a big impact as they roll onto the tax rolls, and they will roll slowly on. So for the first roll off in 2027, that should be probably an extra $1.5 billion to your tax assessed value. Look at your spending forecast for the students, student enrollment forecast. That's going to be really, really big for the school district right now. If you've been out Madras Highway, the city has worked through the planning process. I think there's 320 apartments going in out there on Madras Highway. There's another 310 units that have been approved for the old Ochco Mill properties. So that's going to have a significant impact on the schools. And I go back to, you know, Cheyenne, your comment earlier about maybe the middle school going to the high school. Yeah, I mean, maybe the middle school becomes another elementary school, because that's a lot of kids if you're talking over 700 or 650 apartments. Take a deep dive into the financial analysis, that comparative financial analysis, looking at the property tax revenue versus the state funding. So you guys know that all of the property taxes for the school district go to the state kind of smooths them out and sends them back. There's 5 districts already in Oregon that don't do that. There's smaller districts that still have a lot of timber receipt money. So that would be like Clatsop County, where they make more money from the property taxes than they would get from the state. So they just hold that. And there will be a line out there in the future, I believe, where that crosses for the school district. And it'd be nice to really truly understand what that means. And then as part of this, where we're doing a lot of that, or proposed to do a lot of that information, why not go ahead and update that long range facility plan? I think a lot of times those documents happen when the school board wants to go do something. So like, okay, we want to go do this school, let's go ahead and do that. And it becomes kind of a necessary evil. But I think there's a lot of interest potentially right now to take that deep dive and look at what shape the schools are in to better understand, you know, the roof on the middle school. You know, what does that look like? And that's always a hard thing, is to get people engaged. But I think there's enough information out there, enough excitement that people would get engaged in that. And then really bring that all together with that analysis. So we're looking at the money you need for your existing buildings. We're going to update that potentially with real world dollars, real time dollars. Look at your potential revenue streams and how that's going to change over the next 3 to 4 years, and put it all together. So those are the things I love to do: master plans and rate setting, things like that. And see what desires there would be from the board to engage in something like that. I think a lot of time that's done at a staff level, but if we can bring like that information to you related to the tax assessments or the tax abatements, it'd be really good information for you all to have. I think about Josh Smith, the planning director for the city of Prineville. Everybody knows Josh. So he went to school in Lakeview for 4 years, for his 4 years of high school. There was an endowment in Lakeview, and I believe it's still there, that paid for his whole education at Oregon State. There's something similar for Philomath. And what that was is they had a big opportunity, you know, that was back in the timber days where a big enough endowment was created. And what I'd like the board to understand is that's the potential that's coming the way to Cook County with these tax abatements. You know, it's going to be a big deal. And how do we plan for that so that we don't make a mistake there. If you look back at Prineville in the sixties, we had 5 sawmills going, very, very wealthy community. And for 3 or 4 years, the city of Prineville did not charge property taxes because the railroad was doing so well. I went to school in the 80s and graduated in 1994. Like, it was not going well then, you know, how tight it was. And so if some of that money could have been invested, I think it would have been a much better idea. And things change. We all know that someday the data centers might not be up there. So let's plan accordingly. With the city's taking that effort and creating these buckets of interest, you would say. So some of the buckets, they have 3 of them identified so far. I want to make sure I get these right. So their buckets are community improvement. That's one thing that they want to make sure they invest money into. Physical infrastructure, so putting money into the streets and water system, wastewater system, so that we can, when growth comes, support it. And city health and vitality. And so in the future, the tax exemptions are going to impact the county, the city, the school district, also Parks and Rec. I really think that goal or the sweet spot will be, as the different organizations identify their desires and their goals out there in the future, hopefully some of these goals cross, right? So that could be CTE, you know, it could be, everybody talks about it, indoor swimming pool, right? So city's very interested in that. Parks and Rec is very interested in that. What about the school district? Wouldn't it be cool if every 3rd grader in Crook County learned how to swim, something like that? And so trying to identify those as we move forward would be such a wonderful opportunity. And so that's really my interest and my desire to help the school board with that. But turn it over to Joel and Dr. Skinner, if you wanted to add.
And we just have, I mean, first of all, whenever Eric Klon reaches out and says, hey, I'd like to chat. You definitely take him up on that.
I'm
So,
sorry, I always
yeah.
identify you as talking, I go to the city, so I should have.
Yeah, I didn't bring the city checkbook, so.
This she did not, the Steve and city came as, yeah, this company, so.
So tons of information for the board. We really wanted to give just a huge comprehensive look at this huge decision. So with that, we just want to open it up for board discussion. And go
Well,
from there.
Eric, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I definitely have to take you up on your expertise. I think it'd be really, really nice, to be able to.
Be nice to do it in bite-sized pieces so that you guys can, you know, you're not doing this 40 hours a week, but to get you up to speed with that opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thank you very much. I really.
So something to consider.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question for Eric Ryan. So this core thing, we're so tied to in this building, that we put it in 2007, when we were barely out of dial-up internet. I mean, a lot has changed. Cloud computing's come on, all that. Do we have to stick with that system? Why are we so in love with this system? Why can't we just look at a new technology?
Yeah, I mean, there's some limitations on what you can do. I mean, the value of a core is, it's, here'd be an example. To get internet to Brothers is $2,000 a month. And that's for a 20 meg service, which would not be something that you could, 20 meg service, you wouldn't be able to support that at any one of our in-town schools.
Why can't you just replace that with Starlink?
So we did that for Starlink, but Starlink maxes out. I mean, we're getting 280 at Brothers right now. We have a 1 gig pipe that comes into the district in its entirety. And we've had moments this year where we've maxed that. And so we're actually in conversation with LS Networks, the primary internet provider, to see if we can increase that. The total bandwidth usage, I mean, it's worth, I think the Starlink opportunity has really raised some new questions for us. Like, where could Starlink work? And could we put it in place as a redundant internet that's connected in to the school. I mean, really what we're at right now with Starlink is only providing wireless internet, and our next phase of Starlink is to wire it into the building so that you're plugging your phone in. Your phone can talk back to its home base, which is here. So we have to create a VPN tunnel for that to occur. I wouldn't say it's out of the question. It's worth exploring, but it's certainly operating as a core and having one massive pipe where all your data can traverse, and then connecting your locations through dark fiber and everyone sharing that one main pipe is certainly more cost effective than bringing internet to each building independently. That doesn't mean that there's not opportunity out there, but I wouldn't say that in this phase of kind of the feasibility study or approach that it's been fully explored. Reliability is it's like one of my most important things is the safety of student data and the reliability of a student to connect to on their device and learn, because so much of their learning is web-based. It is on a computer. And so there's not a whole lot of room for us to play with new opportunities and actually test them in a live environment, because we risk the downtime that we really don't want to have. So it's not something that we can't explore. I'd love to explore it. Starlink has been amazing for Brothers in Plina, amazing. And so I'd love to look at ideas like that, but I don't have anything top of mind that I would say, yes, you could go from this core here to this plan here, and we could execute it flawlessly, no downtime for any kid. Everyone's going to learn at their at the max potential. I can't say that yet, but if that's what I'm charged with exploring, I would love to do that.
I only raise it because I have sat through so many conversations where we talk about this core over and over, and it's always an anchor, and we can't move forward with doing what we wanted to do because we might disrupt the core. It's like the tabernacle in Jerusalem. I mean, at some point, we have got to take a look at our tech systems and say, is what was good for us in 2007, what's good for us as we approach 2027?
Yeah.
What's our right way to go forward with this? And we got to break the chains of this core thing, or we're going to be having this conversation in 2032.
Well, and to that point, Starlink is continually iterating their satellites that go up there. And the last I've read about that, most recently I've read about that, they're trying to 10x the capacity of those, which would mean that you could get 2.5 gigs per second through a Starlink satellite dish. So it's not to say that it's not possible. It could be the most cost-effective thing that exists right now, but technology is ever changing, and what we're seeing right now is really great out of Starlink so far. So it's not to say that it can't happen.
It just seems to me if we're gonna do this big master plan update through 2050, great idea, that we could maybe bolt on a tech piece of that too.
You're not doing dial-up right now, you should be happy.
Yay.
You're not using a modem.
Unless your brother's, it's a bad day for
Yes.
Starlink.
Yes.
Anna, on your currently space available in Prineville, are all of these numbers not including utilities, just the district office you gave us with utilities? Do you know what that number would be without utilities to match the rest of the list?
Not offhand, but I can get that for you.
Did you, this is for Leland, did you engage High Desert Christian Academy in the feasibility study? Like as far as, going up to the building and getting people in there to look at it?
We were up there 3 times. I was up there 3 times to look at that building, and I got information from them while I was in there. So I know things like, I know for sure one of the heating units on the roof is out. Which with the age of that building, if one's out, the other 4 need to be replaced too. So I know that the sprinkler system has got 2 different sprinkler systems in it. It hasn't been run and tested in, I don't know how long. But that system have to be completely replaced depending on what happens when we get in there and start to test those things. So just the 3 times that I went in there with them, that's the only time that I've actually engaged them with that kind of stuff. Anything further would cost us money to have an engineer come in and do the work.
Did you speak with them at all about leasing space for Grizzly Mountain? Other states, have you engaged with them in that conversation?
We got a preliminary, we initially were just looking at leases and got preliminary, I think figures on to do that whole building.
Do they have space for the currently using, not even that building, but the other?
It's in another building.
That they're currently using, I mean, that they're,
Yeah.
it's somewhat up to date, is there?
We toured, heck, man, we went through that hospital probably three times looking at all of the different spaces. What they were interested in allowing us to move into was just that space, because yeah, the tennis lot.
But we did ask, and that was the initial conversation was the leads, and I believe it was around 15,000 a month to lease.
Of that building number seven.
Yeah,
Yes.
just that building.
We did talk about leasing other spaces on the campus, but their preference was
that.
one.
Because the intermixing of the kid, because they're running a program on the same campus, so it makes a lot of sense for us. If we were to do it, to have that separate space.
So if we did this per, you said an official assessment of cost would be 15,000, so if we were to do that, would it give us an action? Like not you guys from, the 3 times you toured and, this one's out, these 3 probably, this, what you saw, would this $15,000 give us a whole, like, it has asbestos, it does have lead, all of those target points that you're not sure about, would this assessment
It
give
would
that?
give us, the mechanical, electrical and plumbing information, as well as some structural analysis. And then the environmental analysis is gonna be another $15,000 to $18,000 to make sure that there's no radon, mold, asbestos, all those things.
That's not a abatement, this should say.
That's just to say it's there. Yeah, if we found those things, then that
But would
opens up whole
would it
nother-
give us an estimate, or once you found them, then we have to find contractors to then give us estimates?
Right, we would have to, and in everything we do, you're gonna start to get into the point where you're gonna start to trigger prevailing wage rates. Cause you've already spent like $30,000 just in the project for testing and assessments. And then you start to get a contractor involved, you'll be over $50,000 before you know it.
So our official assessment costs are actually 30 grand. Double what you have
Well,
here.
so I have a bid from a contractor to do MEP, so mechanical, electrical, plumbing and structural for 15,000. So they would come in and do that. As far as testing everything for mold, asbestos, all of the environmental issues, that's a completely separate test. And that was a $15,000 to $18,000 guesstimate from one of the environmental companies that we use to do all our asbestos work now. But yes, that would give us a pretty good idea, because there's just never knowing what you're gonna run into. So you start to tear things apart in there and start to do a remodel and find something that wasn't originally in there, you're still on the hook to deal with that issue. So that happens from time to time.
So Eric, would your tech, the cabling and that wiring that you're talking about, would that need to be a separate assessment cost than what we have listed, or would it be in one of these 2?
No, that's something that our team could even, like, as far as determining whether the cabling needs to be upgraded. That's something that if we had access to that building, we could do our own checking on that. I haven't had the opportunity to look that deeply at it. So yeah, we could do that on our own.
And the original ask for all of this was just extra space for Grizzly Mountain, right? That was it.
I believe it was part of the spring finance committee where GMH said they need some
We'd
additional
like
space.
some extra space.
One piece to that that we talked about previous months was technology is actually moving out of the library. They began that process. That's gonna open up some space for Steensville teachers. So a real short-term solution, as well as a long-term getting a library at Steensville. So that's already underway, kind of as an intermediate step.
I think the ultimate goal, if I remember right, was that we have too many shared spaces for Grizzly Mountain. Homework.
Shared was a
And-
bad word on the
Right,
web.
right.
That was the biggest.
Yeah.
It was the biggest, yes, you're right.
Yeah, I think I just want to clear up, I think there was a bunch of emails and internet chatter, Facebook chatter. That we were trying to put a Christian school as part of Kirk County School District. And that is not true. The original purchase of the building was with the intent of more space for Grizzly Mountain, the district office, possibly technology. So I just wanted to clear that up, that it was trying to find more spacing. We did talk about offering dual enrollment, which we've been doing for years, I believe, with the High Desert Christian Academy. I believe their students have been taking welding. I mean, I think it's gone back 20 years. Grizzly Mountain is doing
Tons of dual
you know,
credit.
yeah, there's
opportunities
lots
going
of
on.
dual credit opportunities. So I just want to clear that up, that we were not asking for Kirk County School District to put a Christian school up there. We were wanting space for Steve's Pillar. And to find something that we have.
So what is I guess, what is the size building in actuality we would need? Like, there's a lot of square footage in this, but if we're just moving Grizzly Mountain, is that 5,000 to 6,000? Does that move tech? Does that move the district office?
Just Grizzly would be.
So if we were to move tech, this office and Grizzly Mountain, what is the square footage that we're needing?
I think we're looking at 15,000 square.
Yeah, I
feet.
think one of the things that's difficult about tech, and even like if you were to say like, well, let's move Grizzly Mountain and maintenance. That doesn't work because they need a loading bay, and we do too. I mean, we had 18 TVs delivered to our office, so we need like storage space. We would prefer a loading dock so that there's better unloading and loading. And so I'm not sure that tech moving to a space with a school, unless it has that kind of side of a building that can function more as like a warehouse, that would be preferred as far as how I'd like to run things, rather than trying to wheel things in through a door. So I don't know, I don't even know that.
Have a loading dock right now that you utilize?
Not currently, and it's fairly inconvenient.
Okay, so like roughly, what is your like storage space you would need and your department need? 2,000 square feet?
Do you know what this current size of that space is that we're in? That's enough space for us.
4,000 square feet, maybe between 3 and 4, I would say.
And
Kinda
what
long
is
in
the
there,
district office using this building in, square footage wise?
It's somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000, the part that we use.
Because we don't have that section. or
This
we
is
start-
six.
Yeah, the whole, yeah, we've got 5,000 on
What's
here,
your
the
same
cops are
total?
5,800.
probably 3.5 to 4, yeah.
So yeah, that's.
And we do
15
need
to
more space for
16,000
district
square
office. We need a bigger conference room. So I would say.
That doubles as a professional development area, so we can train teachers in, because we're constantly looking for space. So double as a boardroom, as a, bigger professional development area.
And I also want to keep in mind that just those three, the DO, GMH and technology just kind of got thrown together,
Because
that
that's-
we have other space needs throughout the district. And I think that's why the superintendent recommendation was around engaging in a long-term plan to not just look at isolated things, but look K-12 district-wide, what are the space needs, and come up with a real comprehensive plan that fits the long-term needs of the district.
Well, I'm gonna say that's where this gentleman comes in, because I'd say the discussion we just had doesn't even fit with what we're actually truly looking for, because I mean, that's all we've been talking about are those three entities, and now it's, well, actually, we have other needs in other departments that they're not even in this great feasibility study.
Because
So,
because the need was brought to
that somebody was talking about at the time.
yeah,
Because that's what was brought to us, that this was a huge urgent, like, this was the need when I got here, and like, hey, High Desert, come look at the building, it was already kind of in the works. And so that's where it kind of spiraled, is they need the space, but when we got there, it wasn't 6,000, it was 15, and it was, oh, well. Kind of adding on.
Yes, this long-term thinking detour, because we're not even talking about the 610 apartments that are gonna be built over the next 5 years, what that does for enrollment, so.
That's what I was told when the last set went in, and our enrollment went down.
Yeah.
In the middle school.
So there's a lot of factors in play, so I think taking time, doing it right, engaging the community seems like the best path forward.
I keep hearing this word "we," like we agreed Grizzly Mountain needs more room, and we agreed that we needed a bigger space for Steen's Pillar, or we agreed we need new tech space. I don't know who "we" is, because there's no I in "we." So, I mean, we have not come to any board level discussions where we concurred with any of those statements. If you look at the enrollment statements in the enrollment pictures, you see a trajectory from 2000 that looks like this at the secondary level. It's sharper at the middle school falling than it is at the secondary. Elementary is a different matter, but we've expanded the square footage of this district since 2013, and we have shrunk the number of students. So I'm looking for the we part of this and the point at which we're all going to agree what it is we need. It feels like we're shooting at a lot of targets, and what's missing on here is a no action alternative.
This, sorry. I was like, cause here it just says fast.
So I like the plan that has some actual facts behind it, and then we can vote on the plan. There isn't much to be around here. There's a lot going on around.
Okay.
That's what I'd love to do, just take a holistic view at the funding, the tax abatements, the needs, and just take our time and really drill
The
down in it.
recommendation, the action, because what we were asked to do at the last board meeting was a feasibility study to meet with the city and the county regarding the space that was being requested from Grizzly Mountain and potentially district office. So that's why the bulk of this, again, in 1 month's time, a lot of hours were spent on this off of other tasks. Were spent on this task to be able to get as much as we could. We could have obviously done more, worked, but obviously in 3 weeks, we were able to try to get this for you to at least have some beginning conversations to be able to get to where we really wanted to go. Obviously in 6 months, we could have brought a larger, feasibility study, but with about 3 weeks, we brought to you what we felt like was as much as we could get to include sales comps, square footage, needs, those types of things. But again, it was 3 weeks.
I think there's a lot to it, and I appreciate all of your guys' work, because I know that was a lot on all of their
It was
parts.
a lot of work, and we tried to get you some valuable information, to at least try to start some discussions and some conversations of the task that was asked of us.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody that was part of that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else? It says possible action, but I don't think we have to take any action.
No action is.
And then no action is
Just
required.
informational, and we'd like to start with the planning process with Eric.
I just like the fact that this community is in the seat to be able to do that.
Mhm.
That is unique in and of itself.
But I don't think we need to repeat history,
Yeah.
because I lived through those times too. And we did learn to swim in the 6th grade in the outdoor pool, if you remember correctly.
In May.
In May, we had to be bused there, and then we had to learn to swim real quick, like in 50-degree weather, and the water was about that, so, that's what I remember too.
I wonder if we could perhaps, in the interest of making sure we all stay on the same page, write up some resolution or something with the elements of this proposal.
Absolutely.
Who's gonna do this, how they get appointed, how they get retained, especially as we cross a district election, and we have to carry over one board to a new board. That resolution would give us continuity. Maybe we can see that at our next meeting. And then you can very much run from there.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric.
I'll watch the rest of it on YouTube.
Might get interesting.
Yeah.
Don't miss a
Have a good
minute.
night.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, so that was the feasibility of the work.
How
Okay,
we doing on time, Jill?
3.5.
Great.
Miss Carrie, thank you for joining us.
Guys, just waiting over there for my turn.
Did they turn the heat up? Somebody turn the
I
heat up.
think Dr. Skinner turned.
Said she was cold. It's freezing.
I know.
She was doing this.
I was like trying to stare you down, Joel, I'm like, and Dr. was like, are you okay? I'm like.
I looked at me, it's cold, she's like doing this like shiver thing, so I'm hot, but she's cold, so.
Two of us are cold.
I say,
You're
"Girl,
cold
you-"
too?
I was cold as well. I was like,
Thank you.
do I get up and turn it
Usually I
off?
bring my jacket.
I know.
Thanks.
All right, you guys, so I am just here to give you a short, it should not be 45 minutes, unless you have a lot of questions, which hopefully I'll be prepared to answer, but a short place about where we are in our curriculum adoption, both with our postponed adoptions, and then what is on the schedule, the ODE schedule and our district schedule for this year's adoption. So first, let's talk about postponed adoptions. So high school math was one that we postponed last year. We adopted all the way K through 8. We postponed high school. Currently, the high school is piloting GEMS by SMC for Algebra 1. So Algebra 1 is being used at the middle school, as well as Algebra 1 is being used at the high school. And that again is Ed Gems, and they are enjoying that pilot, using it exclusively. And they enjoy having the middle school and the high school have that transition be the same of a curriculum. They are awaiting Ed Gems, the geometry / stats curriculum is being developed right now. It's in testing, and so they are awaiting that geometry, but assume that the quality is going to be as good on that as it has been on everything else that Shannon McCaw and her team have provided in terms of curriculum. So next steps, the big piece that we've talked about, and when Shannon was here talking to us, is that our core curriculum, that algebra and that geometry / stats curriculum, it's easy to find books for Algebra 1. It is easy to find books for geometry. It is easy to find books for stats. It is hard to find that geometry stats combo. And so what most curriculum publishers have is they would like you to buy an entire geometry book, an entire stats book, and then for what Oregon requires for that second year or for that geometry credit is to teach a little bit of geometry and a little bit of stats. It's like a combo, it's like a mesh. And most textbook publishers do not have something that has both of those together. So that is what Shannon McCaw's curriculum company is going to do or is working on doing for the state of Oregon, because we are kind of in a little bit different situation than I believe other states are. Then you have that +1. So in Oregon, we have the 2+1. So all kids need 3 credits of math to graduate from high school. Typically, that's algebra and then geometry. Some kids are already past algebra by the time they get to high school. We'll move into geometry and then have 2 other courses. But it's that +1 credit that can just be a wide array. It can be technical math, it can be Math 111, it can be Math 112, it can be AP Stats, it can be AP Calc, it can be calculus, all those things. Finding a textbook or a publishing company that has the wide array that we need has been a little bit of a challenge. And so our next steps are we are inventorying all resources that are needed for the +1 courses and requesting demo materials from probably several different publishing companies to see what fits the courses we offer and what fits what our resources our teachers need. So that is where we are right now. We will then reconvene that staff committee, just the high school portion. We don't need to look at K-8 anymore. And then we'll continue to follow the process in IIAAR for adoption with a hopeful high school adoption by 2025. Our other postponed adoption was middle school science.
I heard a question.
Yeah, I don't know if you want us to wait till the end. Your slide just has questions.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't have one for. I don't have that next slide. Anyways,
So I wonder if
so
it didn't get.
waiting for the EdGens, the geo and the geometry and the stats. So when is that supposed to be done to pilot?
Sometime midwinter.
And then at the high school level, don't we have Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry? So is
Yeah.
that not the 3?
So it can be, but Algebra 1, like if you come in, moving through 8th grade math, and if you come in and you're ready for Algebra 1, then it can be your Algebra 1, your geometry, and then your 3rd year can be Algebra 2. If you've taken Algebra 1 as an 8th grader, you could come in with geometry, go to Algebra 2, and then you need a 3rd year that can be, again, a wide array, technical math, AP Stats, AP Calcs, Math 111, Math 105. I mean, there's just been so many options, and many of those are dual credit. So many of those textbooks or resources that we need are guided by the college that we articulate with as well.
So do we have an EdGens for Algebra 2?
No, and she is not planning on creating that currently.
So you're gonna bring us an adoption in May for Algebra 2, who is somebody else, and then geometry stats by her, and then we need another resource by
Potentially. Yeah, and we kind of talked about the pros and cons of that in terms of having Algebra 2 be from a different publisher or be from a different curriculum supplier than our first 2 years. And really at the point that students are ready to take that 3rd year of math, they are moving into a different pathway. Many times they are moving into it like a college going pathway. And we'll eventually articulate with a college or university that will have its own kind of textbook or resource that they are mandating. So ideally, would it be great if a publisher had every resource that we needed for all courses? Potentially, but no publisher has that right now. No publisher is gonna meet all of the needs unless we want to look at ones that have a geometry curriculum and a stats curriculum that don't actually meet our Oregon State standards and that don't align with our OSAS tests. Unless you want a teacher to be like, chapters 1 and 2 out of this one, chapters 3 and 4 out of this one, chapters 5 and 6 out of this one. That provides a real conundrum for the teachers of those classes particularly.
And then does our geometry class at the high school just include stats? Because it's not titled geometry statistics.
Yeah. It's just based on,
transcript.
right, it's just based on the Oregon standards that have stats standards inside the geometry curriculum or inside the geometry year. Yeah, then they can go on to take an additional like AP stats if they, that would be where they would get a full year of stats at a higher level.
So Oregon has standards which are not supported by the curriculum materials of any publisher in the United States, correct?
Correct, other than,
And thus Oregon has miserable standards in math performance. Connection, just wonders.
no question in there, right? Okay. Okay, all right, so our next postponed adoption, actually, I'm like, the fact that I have just 3 slides this year, because I think last year at this point or moving into the spring, like there was slide after slide after slide after slide of things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They don't have,
I wonder if they did
Put in a different
order.
Yeah, because I found mine buried in a different
There
order,
you go.
so if you keep reading through.
This one maybe?
Yeah, back to there should be.
That's not really.
I printed mine in black and white, just saying.
Well, then that's not either. If I don't hear this.
It's okay. I'm on a slide.
Copies at the end, we're good.
I'll go with that for right now, yeah.
All right. Our next postponed adoption was our middle school science. Currently, we are piloting 1 unit of Carolina at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Those pilots are, actually, yes, all currently in the works right now. And our next steps are to pilot 1 unit of style at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I put a note there at the bottom. The middle school science teachers have received training on both pilot curriculums. So we had somebody from Carolina, Jeff Rates, come from Carolina Biological, come in and do training. And then Juliana from Style came in and did training. Once those pilots are complete, we will reconvene the staff committee for feedback from both programs. That will be in December at the latest. But I believe they are slated to be done with their pilot of Style by Thanksgiving break. So I figured right after Thanksgiving break, we would come back and would reconvene that staff committee. And then we'll go down the path again of IIAAR for adoption with May of 2025. And then after the pilot is complete, will continue to use STEM scopes. We did go ahead and buy a 1-year extension of STEM scopes, so they have a curriculum to use as the year finishes out. Any questions on this? And upcoming adoptions for this year. So if we continue to follow ODE's kind of timeline, this year is health and PE. And that's K through 12. And my next steps on that one, I think we talked last year at this time, the ODE doesn't release their approved materials until after November 1st, which is a little bit late, but I actually don't think it's gonna make that big of a difference to us this year because I met with health teachers last year twice. And I have another meeting set with them in a couple of weeks from now on November 1st to confirm their interest in continuing with the resources that they use. So our health teachers, both at the middle school and high school, have done a really nice job of curating the resources and using materials that they have brought in front of the community, that they have brought in front of parents, that they are comfortable with and enjoy and think that they match our community values and still also meet the standards and get the kids the health information that they need. They confirmed that for me last year. I'm assuming in November that they are going to confirm that they would like to continue using those resources and not look for an adoption of a brand new core curriculum. So it's 6 through 12, that's what I am 98% sure the conversation will continue with. And then I also will meet with K-5 teachers, confirm their interest in continuing with the resource they currently use as well, which is the Great Body Shop. And I have heard nothing but interest in continuing with the Great Body Shop. I do have a couple of teachers that were like, oh, it would be nice to have something that's more comprehensive for health. But most teachers are like, yep, this is what I have time for. This allows open conversations. It's really great to communicate with the Great Body Shop with families because they are newsletters or pamphlets that can then go home. The parents can continue having conversations with kids. It's presented in very kid-friendly language, very kid-friendly format. And so I believe that K through 5 will also be interested in just continuing with the Great Body Shop. We will go ahead and after November 1st, I will review the ODE approved curriculum. I'll just see what's out there on the list. But if they are not having an interest in any new resources, then we will just kind of go forward in the process of continuing an adoption that we already had, which means that we won't need to do the full thing again. We won't need to review all ODE approved materials. We won't need to pare it down. We won't need to do any of those pieces. Yes, so glad at this point in this year to just have 2 postponed small pieces and then the one new that seems like it's going to be pretty simple or simple next steps. Questions?
I have a question on the PE, the health and PE.
Yeah.
Why are we not using sports minutes, like kids who are involved in OSAA sports? Why aren't we counting that as PE? I pulled Ben Lapine on their website. They have a policy IKAA in which their kids get credit if they are participating in OSAA sports and it counts as their PE minutes. Why are we not doing?
So so that we'll maybe talk about that during Division 22.
Okay.
Which is gonna be.
Well, I have it on the back of this.
Yeah, it's I think if we look at the next agenda item.
It's at 320.
I think it's the next agenda item.
Mine's on 3 point.
Yeah, my presentation numbers were different, so we must have revised the agenda numbers. And I didn't update my presentation. I've got Division 22 as 3.8.
Okay, I have it on the back of this. I have it listed as ABC for curriculum adoption. Do you have that?
I don't have, the packets are all different, just notes, so I don't know. I don't even
Well,
have
when do
that.
we get to that?
Yes, that'll be a couple from now. That is a great question.
Yeah, I will.
Yes. When we get there. It is a good
Two
question.
more, two more.
Okay.
My packet wasn't here, so I got a copy.
Any other questions about curriculum adoption and where we are in the process for that this year?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Joel, I think this one's you. So the mystery of your packet continues.
Yeah.
Shows up.
Good question.
We on
3.6.
3.6
This
OSAS
one.
assessment report.
Yours is numbered, but for.
Hey, you're up here.
Okay. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break for, what's it called? No, what's the term that you? Biology break. We're going to take a 5-minute biology break. Please note this at 7:29. Back in 5.
Everybody else wanted.
Personal privilege, yes, okay, back on track. Okay, 3.6.
So, our OSAS report from, last school year. So, starting off with some OSAS quick facts, and one of my personal commitments to the board and to our stakeholders is to explain acronyms when I say them. So, OSAS is our Oregon Student Assessment System. It was formerly called SBAC, the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium. This is the statewide summative test. So this is the test that students take at the end of the year in English, math, and science. This test was developed back in 2010. It replaced what was the OAKS, the Oregon Assessment of Knowledge and Skill. Started getting developed in 2010. And one thing that not a lot of people realize, so this was developed to show proficiency or of the Common Core state standard. So the SBAC is designed to evaluate a student's full range of college and career readiness as defined by the Common Core state standards. Tested grades, so students 3rd through 8th grade and then 11th, they're tested in math and English. And then for science, it's only grades 5, 8, and 11. And these tests, typically each school sets their testing window based on some unique factors, but typically is in mid-April to mid to late May is when that takes place. And then students take it, by the end of May. And then in October, so this month, they release the results from last spring. So there's just a little bit of carryover in there. So that's the OSAS. What we're gonna look at, we're gonna identify some highlights from the last spring, as well as discuss, there's some deficiencies we want to discuss. So we're gonna talk about what we're gonna do to move that forward. One quick thing, how do kids do well on state assessments? And so digging into the research, there is a lot of factors. So this isn't an exhaustive list, but teacher quality, learning environment, peer influence, parental involvement, socioeconomic status, curriculum and instructional methods. That's something we're in a lot of control of that we're really going to focus on. Student motivation and mindset, access to resources, health and well-being. And we also know test anxiety. We know a lot of students that test anxiety really impacts how they perform. So let's look at how we did. So this is a grade level comparison, and I'm going to use my mouth, my mouse, not my mouth, to point out how we did. And this handout is also in your packet if you want a closer look. So for example, 3rd grade, you can see last year, this first column, looking in English, they scored 48.2 proficiency. So that's the percentage of students who took the test who scored a 3 or 4. And then this year, actually last spring, 35.6% of our 3rd graders were proficient. So that's a year-over-year decrease in 12.6%. So you can see how this data is presented. State average is next. You can see at 39%. So our 3rd graders last year were 3% below the state average. Then that final column you can see is the participation rate. So that's how the data's presented. A couple things that I want to point out, because what you'll see here, if you just kind of look, you're like, it's a complete mixed bag. We've got some grades are high, some grades are low, some grades are above the state average, some grades are below the state average. Then we have some participation rates that are really low, particularly at the high school level. So a couple things I want to call out before we talk about what we're going to do to fix this data. Our 7th grade English, that's something that we can look and say, hey, that's a real bright spot for us. You can see they were at 62%. They grew 4.7% from the 7th graders the year before. They were 19% above the state average. So that's a significant increase. And something that we do want to point to those teachers and say, hey, you guys are doing something special if you're able to be 20% above the state average. Same thing at 8th grade, 16.7% above the state average. And then I want to go down to mathematics because we have Mr. Provost here, who's a 7th grade mathematics teacher. They're at 49%, which they grew 13% from the year before and are 18.6% above the state average. So we do have some bright spots, but a key thing that I want to point out here is this middle column. These are the state averages. And if you look 30s, 20s, 40s, comparing ourselves to the state, our expectations are so much higher. We can't look at our neighbors and look at the state and say, oh, great, we're 1% above the state average, because the state average is usually in the 30s or 40s. So we need a wholesale review of what we're doing to make sure that we're not comparing ourselves to the state, because that's not good enough for Kirk County. That's not good enough for our school district, our families, our students. So that's one thing we really want to focus on. It's not saying, hey, great, we're 2% above the state average, because that's not going to do it for our students. So that's kind of one of our big takeaways here. I want to look real quickly as we talked about participation rates. these show the percentage of students that are taking the test from 2016 until last spring. So if you looked pre-COVID, so we were at, mid-90s. This blue line's elementary, the yellow line is high school, and the gray line's middle. So we typically were in the mid-90s. Then COVID hit in 2020. We didn't do testing. No one in the state did testing. And then 2021 had this kind of funky year where they said, oh, the feds are requiring us to make you test. So like very well. But what you can see here is we have never bounced back from where we were at. Particularly, you can see that elementary schools, they kind of jump back into it and are in about the mid 80s. Middle schools kind of right in the 80s, 70s. But when we look at our high school, that's where we are not seeing anyone come close to taking this test. That's about 25%. And that has to do with some changes in the essential skills. We have a plan to try to boost this up. Dr. Skinner's brought some ideas that we believe are going to help boost our participation, but this is something that I know Mr. Huffman's thinking about. We're all thinking and planning on how can we emphasize to families why we need them to test, and why do we make it important for them. So let's take a look real quick. This next chart that you'll see, because we looked at third grader, 2 years ago compared to third graders this year. Let's also look, it's important to look at how cohorts do. So how kids do as a third grader, and then how those same kids do as fourth graders. So if you look here, the second row, English language arts. So third graders in 2022, they were at 48.2%. And then the same cohort of kids as fourth graders, they dropped 2%. So we saw some decrease there. That cohort of students that were fourth graders in 2022 to fifth graders last year, who are now our current sixth graders, they saw an improvement of 8%. So it's important to not only look at third grade to third grade, but how that cohort is doing. Are they growing? Are they decreasing in their scores? So that's another way that we look at the data. You can see this year's current eighth graders. So kids that were sixth grade in 2022 to seventh grade, they actually had a huge jump. So we're seeing some highlights. I do want to emphasize that to make sure we recognize the hard work of a lot of our teachers at working with these kids, doing tutoring. Wow. So we are.
Sorry, how about the 37.6 for eighth grade?
Nope. So kids, it's the row right below that. So the sixth graders 2 years ago, they were at 44.7. Then as seventh graders last year, they were 62.2.
Fifth graders and sixth grade, the negative.
Yes, so that was a huge drop we saw from that fifth graders to sixth graders. So our current seventh graders, so they dropped 14.9%. So we'd want to dig in to see what's going on there. And again, kind of like our overall data, we're just seeing this mixed bag that we need to see more consistency in when we're looking at our data. We shouldn't see these wild swings of some cohorts are doing good, some cohorts are doing bad, because when you have a good system, you see improvement across the board. You don't see these highs and lows. So that's what we're really trying to work on. A couple quotes that I thought were really relevant was every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it does. So we have some system corrections we need to make if we're going to get back to our expectations, because right now we're having this kind of mixed bag of results. And another quote I saw, if nothing changes, nothing will change. So I think any of us can sit here and say, oh, we're doing great. Let's just keep status quo, because status quo is this almost dysregulated results for depending on different grade levels, where we need to make changes to make sure that we're getting systematized improvement across our system. So let's look at what those improvements will be. So for English language arts, literacy intervention revamp through LLI. This is a KI intervention that Dr. Skinner's brought that we're implementing in our title classes. So those classes that pull students out to get specific reading interventions. So there's a new curriculum there. We're also pulling, we're looking at our different standards data by class. So in the past, we've looked at kind of big picture data, kind of like you saw. What we're doing with this program called iReady is we're looking at each individual class and looking at, there's probably 20 standards to 30 standards per English, per math. And we're looking at which standards we're doing really well on, and then which ones we need to target for focus on. And I know our principals, particularly at the middle school, they're doing data meetings, they're looking at that. Elementary starting to put that system in place. So really looking at the standards level. As you guys have seen, we're looking to hire an elementary director of literacy. If I've learned nothing over the last 6 months, elementary literacy is a huge deal, very passionate. So we're looking to find someone that's just an expert at making sure our system produces kids that can read on grade level. Like I said, we're implementing an iReady system. That's a program where kids take a fall, winter, spring benchmark, and then it provides individualized lessons. We used a curriculum the last few years called Imagine Math that did that for math, but we have not had something like that for English yet. So that just got rolled out at the elementary. We piloted it at the middle school last year. We're reviewing a core of instructional non-negotiables, particularly at the elementary level. And what I mean by that is Dr. Skinner is working with our principals, looking in the classrooms and saying, hey, what's our bare minimum that we can guarantee happens in every classroom in terms of how many instructional minutes are happening with literacy? Right now, we're seeing a little bit of variation. So I know Dr. Skinner is working on getting those schedules and saying, hey, every kid needs this many minutes of reading instruction every day. So that's something that we've begun the process of. And then we also brought in Gretchen Burnaby, particularly around writing, where she's taught some been talking for a long time tonight. So she's taught some various strategies, bada bings, kernel essays, right? Look at that. Hey, I'm paying attention. So we have those, all those are underway for English language arts for math. You heard Carrie talk about new math curriculum. We're implementing that iReady system. Again, just like English language arts, we're doing a review of our core instruction non-negotiables, as well as Dr. Skinner brought in Kim Sutton, who's taught, I want to say 53 math games was the last I heard. So that building those basic math skills for students. And then finally, another thing, those test participation rates. So we're putting together a proactive communication plan to families to balance, because the ODE puts us in a really weird place where they say, all right, schools, you are legally forced to send home this letter telling parents to opt out, and we're going to penalize you if people opt out. So like we're trying to get a communication out, really explaining the why of, particularly around our high school, of here's why we'd like you to take this data, like work with us. We need to set a baseline of where we're at and where our deficiencies are. And if we have 15% participation rates, we can't draw conclusions on that data. So that's something that Dr. Skinner's already been working on we'll probably put that out, I'd say in February, an individualized letter saying, here's why we need you to take these assessments and why.
And freeing up the time to be able to do it, where there's not additional testing, reports, projects, essays, pounding down on the, pressures.
Time to do it.
And then saying, if we're not asking students and teachers to do all these extras, we have time to, administer these assessments.
Are we allowed to incentivize people to take the test?
I've asked that. Yes and no.
Are we prohibited from incentivizing?
You can, it depends. I looked in that 2 years ago. I don't want to give a wrong information. So let me follow up on that, because that's something we have looked in before. And I think it was, if you do it in the right way.
Participation rates are different, and then reading and math, I got your kids opt out, but science is technically not an opt out.
Yeah.
Joel, on the English language arts or any of these that are at our elementary level, have you broke the cohorts out by school? Like, do we have a cohort coming in from this elementary school that's bringing down the cohorts numbers, or is it across the board that we have this through all of them? Or is this like a school thing?
Each year there is different, like I know, for example, with our 3rd grade cohort, there was some teachers were out, there were stuff. So there's always little excuses we can make, but at the end of the day, I think we need to not have excuses. We need to say, regardless of what we're doing, we're going to guarantee that your kid's going to be able to read when they, leave our schools. So yes, and I want to make sure we're not pointing to any one thing, but rather we're looking at our system and having a system that actually produces results.
So yes, to answer your question, we are looking at the campus.
Is it they're
and
not
their
like
particular
that
scores.
alignment we were talking about? Because if you have this elementary school doing something different than this one, then doing different this one, they get to the middle school and now these teachers are having to decipher because we're not aligned across the board.
Yeah, there's this concept in education called a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And that's one thing I think we need to work on, where it's exactly like you said, something that what can we guarantee that in every school, in every classroom, every fourth grader gets, or every fifth grader gets? And that's something that it goes back to that, review of core instructional non-negotiables. Really having that real tight system that here's what we get in every.
That's what the horizontal alignment part of our strategic plan means.
Yeah, so it's.
Adopted.
And then,
We never can see them again.
yeah, and then you said earlier, that we don't want to, compare ourselves to the state average, but then we're trying to promote the kids and parents to get on board to take the state testing that we don't want to average ourselves to. So I think we need to find a balance at what do we want to relate to? If we don't want to relate to these numbers, why go through the hassle of having parents and kids take these tests when we want to say, hey, eighth grade science, 26% is not acceptable. So why go through the hassle of having parents or students, get on board with this if we're then gonna say, well, we're actually going to say, hey, we want whatever, 33% across the board, and how do we get that as Crook County? So if we as Crook County are saying these aren't acceptable numbers, I think you then have to look at the flip side, which I think Scott brought up, like on the high school side at 11th grade, they're taking AP classes, they're taking their dual credits. Why do they want to go take state testing for the 2 science classes that Carrie talked about are the standards on there that they took their freshman year? So I don't know how we align this, but I don't see promoting taking this test when we're saying we don't want to relate to these numbers is gonna help us.
At some point, this is so ridiculous that we're saying it's okay that 70% of our kids can't read and write. 70% of our kids can't read and write.
Yeah.
I teach an outside class in which I have first and second graders. None of them can read and write. None of them. And I mean, this is unbelievable. And it goes back to how did we have a 99.9% graduation rate?
Yeah.
How do we possibly say that kids, if we have these kind of scores, even down to 11th grade, how did we graduate 99.9% of kids that are not proficient? They are not proficient. How did we pass them out into the workforce? This is insane.
Can you do the incentives towards the growth that we see our teachers gaining? So like, was it Mr. Provost's class had that, giant jump. He looked at his core group, that group that came into him and said, hey, okay, we're lacking, we were here. Maybe that was his personal goal. I don't know, but those teachers set a standard and say, hey, this rate isn't acceptable, but I want to get to this point. And they do that. I mean, if we want to be independent from these numbers, I think you need to look at promoting or doing the incentives in the Crook County district to maybe our teachers, to those, aides that come in on individual reading. Have we thought of just introducing the basics back to 3rd grade? Like, did you read a book today in class? Like, let's sit down and read a book. Can our teachers have time to sit and read a 6-page book with 4, what are they usually, like 4-word sentences with each kid each day? Be brilliant at the basics. Can we go back to that in 3rd grade instead of comparing ourselves to Cheyenne's right? I mean, some of these numbers they're gross. They're drastically low.
And going back to what Scott said too, like about the, alignment. Are the kids actually getting into books? Like, how much time are they spending on recess and free time? And phonics is really good, and I'm a big proponent of phonics, but if they're spending 45 minutes practicing, TH, blending, then they actually don't open up a book and read a book, they are not going to learn how to read.
But they're also not going to develop a love for reading. You have to develop that young. You have to have a passion. You have to have, a genre you like. You develop those when you're little. You get intrigued with things because their minds are so curious. So you read a book about whatever ants and, how cool their little colony things are underground. And all of a sudden this kid, wants to be a science teacher, or, you grow with the knowledge you gain at that young age. And I think if you could look at growing a passion in reading to start, just getting into actual books, and then why not move back to our teachers and give them the resources they need and promote what they're doing to see that growth and help the ones that are saying, hey, I'm not seeing growth year over year. What are you doing that's different than me that you're seeing this growth? I mean, is there a way to get it back to Cook County, or do we have to stay at the state level?
You know, I have three interesting things to tell you. Number one, I can promise you that Dr. Skinner is looking at every single piece that exists within our components of, like, if we go back to, if we look at this slide, like what impacts student test scores, there is a ton of things. She is looking at every aspect of what we're doing, particularly around elementary literacy, and looking at how can we improve it? How can we squeeze every bit of improvement we can? So that's one piece that's
We're
happening.
looking at the minutes, and like what you were saying with phonics, we're gonna look, no one's trying to take phonics away. But how much phonics is needed, how much time in a small group with a book in front of them is needed, how much independent time, how much intervention time, and really streamlining that for every campus and saying, how much time we're gonna spend on comprehension. That goes back to what he was saying about the standards, when you were talking about looking at his scores, and he's like, oh, these kids coming into me, let me look at what they've done in the past, let me look at my standard. It's gotta be very intentional time of, here are my standards, and I've got to get to the depth and complexity of that. Here's my standard on main idea, summary, text structures, whatever it is. How is it going to be asked on this test, and how's my instruction going to align to that? Because if I stay here at this lower level, then I'm expecting them to take this high stakes rigorous test, and my instruction didn't match that, we're never going to produce scores, you know, to where we want them in Cook County. And we're still gonna have 60–70% of our kids that are not being proficient. So we have to be very intentional about what we're teaching and then the times that we're teaching it.
But I also don't think we want to teach to pass a test.
No, I'm not saying that, because I'm not a big,
You're saying that
no, I'm saying.
Instruction
we-
should align with the questions on the test.
Because we have to know where we've got to get our kids. So if we're spending 30–45 minutes adding an S on the end of the word, and then we look at the state assessment and what they have to do, I can guarantee you it's not add the S on the end of the word. I mean, these tests are very rigorous. So what I'm saying is our instruction has to match that. So we've got to spend minutes doing rigorous reading with our students, not just a low level skill. I'm not saying test, no, not teaching to a test, but we have to know our standards, because if I'm just teaching whatever and it's not aligned to the test, then we're not preparing our kids to be successful. So that's what I'm saying.
So that was interesting thing number one.
Oh, that's only number one.
That's
Thought we
what
were
I got more.
Okay.
So
We really
interesting
worked
thing
on
number two.
digging on what we're gonna do.
So this is, like, the state of Oregon's test is interesting, because that state average is around like 20 and 30, and this one isn't in your packet. I dug into there, I was like, who is doing well on the state assessment? If the state average is 30, like, is there any district out there killing it? So I sorted the results by, you can see this orange arrow, like, who's scoring in the 90s, right? And then is there any consistency? So in this blue, you can see this is English Language Arts, Riverdale School District. So I called them. So that is Lewis and Clark College, south of Portland. So there's this small little tiny district of about 500 kids. They got, I think, one elementary, one high school. They're doing well. And what I mean is, like, so they clearly are the best academic district in Oregon based on this data, and they're in the 80s. So I called them, looked at what they're doing. They're very different than us demographic. I mean, they're like kind of South Portland. Then there's that pink one, Adrian School District, is this little school district on the Idaho border. They do 4 days a week. So I have a call into them. I haven't heard back, but they're probably doing second. And I think their demographics are a little more rural. And granted, they're a district of about 250, so they're very small. But we're looking at, like, what are the nuggets of things that are working and how do we replicate that here? And then finally, the third was Lake Oswego, which, you know, is a bigger district. But so that's the second thing we're looking at is we're looking at who's doing well on this and how do we replicate those practices. And then the third thing, that this is just if you're bored someday and you're like, what is Joel talking about half the time? If you go to our Kirk County School District website, I had them put something interesting on here. So if you go to resources and then parent resources, we put, let's see here. Assessment sample items under academic resources. I just thought this was interesting, and Jessica, kind of gets to what you were talking about of, like, what is this test? If you're interested, I put sample questions that are publicly released that you can see what these questions are actually asking and what kids are asked to do on these assessments. Because it will give you a different perspective. Here's a high school math, for example, but I wanted to show, Shannon, your question about reading and writing of like, how can you graduate kids that can't read? I just wanted to show on this test, this is a sample item where a student there, read the text and answer the question. They read this, and then the question is, what inferences can be made about Amhersted's relationship with Chancellor's support your answer with details from text? So it'll give you a sense of what tasks are being asked. And then if you're really interested, shoot me an email, give me a call. I'll buy you coffee or anything.
But do we
Yeah.
actually do assessments to graduate them?
Yeah, so they do have to pass,
Do they do a writing sample?
yes.
Do they?
Yep,
do all
so
that
they
stuff?
do a writing sample. That's something, even though the state waived those essential skills, we have said, we still need you to demonstrate proficiency.
So the state who's telling us what to do for everything has failing test scores and everything, and they waived assessments?
Right? Makes you shake your head a little bit.
Yeah.
Can you go back for a bit to the schools list?
Yeah. This was interesting thing number 3, if I didn't say that.
So look at the one that's like the top third for the Oregon Department of Education.
Yeah.
What is up with that? How did they get 82% and 100% participation?
Yeah, I'm guessing that
Are those
would
like kids
be-
in jail?
That's what I was wondering. I actually,
We
that
don't
was,
have an option.
that was my thought.
I was in a webinar and I
Yeah.
asked that question,
Yeah.
they said they'd get back to me and I
Yeah.
don't have that
So I'll-
information yet, so I was like, how is that, like?
I can dig into that
Yeah,
one.
maybe you'll
for
get,
you.
maybe you'll get an answer.
Yeah.
There's a way that we don't have like necessarily this long rigorous assessment, which is great. I get what you're saying, but is there a way to say, hey, this third grader came in not being able to read this book, and by the end of third grade, they are able to read these 5 books, like the basic concept of, can they read leaving third grade? Seeing an assessment like that does not tell me that my child can read, comprehend, do all the things, but if they sit down and they've had these same 5 little books all year long, and they work all year long to be able to read 5 books, and by the end of third grade, they can, and they can tell you what each one is about. To me, that gives me more of an understanding that that kid is going to move on and be successful in 4th grade than them getting on a computer, reading a passage and telling a teacher, so-and-so does this. They've never seen it before. I get that your instruction is, ultimately for these assessments, but I'm talking about just the basics of, can this child read? Like, why do we need the state of Oregon to say, if they can pass this passage, can't we as a district say, just like I said, this kid couldn't read 1 book coming into 3rd grade and now they can read 5 by the end at 3rd grade level, or hey, this kid came in reading at a 3rd grade level and they're almost to a 4th grade level.
Yeah, so yes, that is one of the things that we've talked about is teachers listening to kids read and getting into small groups and having books in front of them and then listening to them read and seeing what they're doing. Hey, they're missing this. There's a gap here. I'm gonna teach them this. Maybe it's phonics, maybe it's comprehension. Like, what is it that they're missing while they're reading these books? And listening to the actual child read the books and then seeing how they are increasing. And then that's, yes.
And by 3rd grade, they should be caught up. By the end of 3rd grade, they should be caught up. So when you have
that's
your
the hope.
numbers going down in 3rd grade, that is a huge problem because these kids are now going to struggle from 3rd grade to graduation.
Okay,
Because
I'm
if
just gonna
you
post
can't
that.
read proficiently in 3rd grade, that is not good.
Crazy, I know.
Can I please ask about wit and wisdom?
Hold
And-
on, that's the next.
Wait, no, I know,
presentation.
but I wanna ask in this.
Yeah.
One of the things we've had is of all these test scores have gone down with a new curriculum. And I was told that every district that adopted wit and wisdom in the state of Oregon, their numbers have plummeted. Because it's a very low level curriculum that is not rigorous enough. It's very easy to teach. But it is not producing the results, and across the state of Oregon, if you look at the districts who have adopted wit and wisdom, their numbers have gone down. Is that true or false?
I haven't looked at districts across the state, but in the next presentation, I do have our specific data since we've implemented Wit and Wisdom. So hate to give you a cliffhanger.
No,
but
that's
that is
okay,
coming.
but when you look at where we've gone down,
English, third grade.
yeah, this is a big deal. English in third grade and reading in third grade is a really, really.
Yes, we pulled together all our elementary data, and I was gonna, don't wanna give you a cliffhanger, but, we put at elementary
You
data.
have to give her a cliffhanger because Jen has a question about this one.
All right.
It's not necessarily a question. I've done a lot of thinking about this because I know it's a very hot topic. And what I'm about to say may or may not be very, what's the word? Popular. But my own experience raising children, I read to my kids every night. My kids read to me. Like, we took that time, sports and all, but I mean, obviously before sports, right? Because they were doing little league or whatever. I sat with them as a parent and they read to me. I read to them every single day. And you can ask my children, during the summer months, they each all had to read and do things, right? And I'm not asking every parent to do that, but what happened to that piece of the puzzle where the parents are involved and helping them read? Or an older sibling might have 10 minutes for little guy to come and just read a book for 10 minutes or something like that. I think that potentially, and I know this probably isn't gonna be popular, but that potentially might be a piece that we're missing. The parents are so busy, kids are so busy, everybody's, watching football or playing on their phones or whatever the situation is. Have them read to you in the car if you're going somewhere. Like, I just feel like that's a piece that could potentially really help out if you just read for 10 minutes or had your kid read to you for 10 minutes.
Sure, and that's not just a hunch. When I look at the factors, parental involvement is a huge one. And again, it goes like, what can the district control and what can we have that be that horizontal guaranteed alignment? And then what can we try to set systems in place to incentivize parents reading to their kids? I know Crooked River, for example, they did this great math incentive where kids take home and every time they practice a sheet of math, they get a little reward. So I think building.
We had to sign logs, reading logs. We had to sign them off. Like, the kid read this part of the book and you had to sign off that they actually read it to you for the 10 minutes or whatever it was. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I just
I'm
know
pretty
that.
sure as a district, you can't do that anymore because you can't send home homework. Isn't that correct?
No, we can send home homework and practice.
Doesn't have to be homework, that could just be something that the parent does without having this.
And that
we just wanna make sure.
Talking about like a log sign and coming back to school, I don't think you can do that.
And this is little.
Yeah.
Bill, were you working on a program where the high school students were gonna come into the elementary and then help them for those kids who might not get reading time?
So we are piloting that exact thing at Steens Pillar. I think we have 4 high schoolers. Like all good pilots, we're working out some kinks, but our intention is to get it figured out right with a small group and then really scale it up and expand that. So that just started this trimester at Steens Pillar. I want to say 4 or 5 students, but we definitely are. There's schedule conflicts, but the plan is to get that going and really look like I said earlier, Dr. Skinner is looking at every aspect of improvement that we can find in our system to make sure that we're getting better results.
Because at least they would be the kids who maybe the parents aren't available or they're going to situations. That are rough, that they don't have the availability to have somebody read with them. They could do like a reading log in class.
Right.
And the high school kids, do they get credit for doing that?
Yeah, it's an elective class.
I want to go back to your cohort data comparison
Yeah.
you made there. And, I'm not sure you can say there's one element that is causing the scores to go up or down based on that cohort data. Yes, we changed out the Wit and Wisdom curriculum, but yes, we had board chaos like we've never seen before that caused a lot of uproar in the schools. Despite that, we had 4 of those cohorts that went up, 4 that went down, and 2 that remained neutral. There is no one thing causing this. There's a whole lot of things. I mean, you could say Joel left and went to Madras and half the classes went down, so it must be Joel. I don't think that.
That's what I was.
Or Joel.
I was just trying to recognize
Right, so
not like a specific school.
there's a lot going on in a very complex system. I don't know what the issue is, but certainly the one thing is that all those scores have to come up. I do want to speak to your point, Jessica, about, do we have to care about this? I mean, I participated in a high school interviewing thing last year. All the kids sent me thank you notes afterward. They were beautiful. They were well done. They were thoughtful. They were expressive. They were correctly formatted. I would have been happy to take any of those kids, even in the presentation. They were doing a really good job of presenting themselves. I hire high school kids, straight out of high school, and they're coming with skills, and they even have math skills, because if you miscalculate their wage, they'll let you know. There's skills there, but if we don't pay attention to these scores, they'll still get published. They'll still be seen by parents. They'll still be the way the state system judges. So I don't think it's as simple as just saying we can't pay any attention to them, as much as I'd like to do that. I think it's both. We gotta figure out how to fix this problem while continuing to make sure our kids are getting what they need, because our kids are getting what they need, and we are graduating good, well-informed, functional adults. I think.
Yeah, I like how you brought up, Scott. This is such a holistic piece where it's not just, I look at number 9, these are just kind of research-based, student health and well-being. Our students aren't fed, they're not gonna do great. We have to look at this as a big picture rather than, it's just an instructional strategy or a curriculum. These things all weave together to, hopefully create a good school system. So that's what we're working on. If you guys are ready, I can jump over to another fun topic, wit and wisdom. And I think Carrie's joining me for this one.
Yeah, my segue is that if you go to Riverdale's website and they tell you what curriculum they're using, I was interested to see that they are using wit and wisdom as well. And I don't know when their adoption was, whether it was the same time as ours or whether they postponed, but they had a little section on their website around it too. So I do think that some places around the state that adopted not done well, and some places that have adopted have done well. I think which speaks to the complex nature of, you can put a good curriculum in front of somebody, or you can put a poor curriculum in front of somebody, and somebody will make great use of a poor curriculum and somebody will make terrible use
Is
of a good
wit and
curriculum.
wisdom a high level curriculum?
With my training, I will tell you, I believe so, but Joel, if you want to start us off,
I'll
then
get you-
I
I'll
have a slide that'll get us there.
And I'll take you off the cliffhanger and so wit and wisdom. So I'll start off with just a timeline to kind of catch us all up to speed. So go back to the winter and spring of 2022. There was a group of people that went through the curriculum adoption process, just like we are for science and math and potentially health. There was a curriculum adoption process for our K-12 English language arts. In June of 2022, so that curriculum emerged as the recommendation, and this was approved in June of 2022. Whew, and now a little PTSD. There was, as soon as this curriculum was adopted, there was a flurry of community engagement about various controversial materials within that. So that summer, the teacher group, the curriculum department went through and did a complete review and replacement of any and all known controversial materials within that curriculum set. From there, so that summer into the fall, we did curriculum review nights for community members. And then in the fall, the implementation of that curriculum, of the adjusted curriculum, took off. I think of particular, I want to say our 4th grade, they switched out a large number of materials. And then finally, this summer, I believe it was, we were tasked with, hey, is this working at all? Was the question. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Lowenbach. Carrie, what is wit and wisdom?
Who tasked you? I think I'm getting
This
to
was in
Scott's point, like
This
who
was
is
in,
the who?
this was in a board meeting. I want to
I
say.
think I asked.
Yeah, Cheyenne asked, Joel was presenting test information. And Cheyenne
Because
asked.
I think I was getting to the point of how much money they spent replacing material, and why would you possibly adopt a curriculum that you have to completely re-get books and redo and spend more money for? Because I have looked extensively at it, and I do not believe that it is, I personally, I'm not speaking for the board myself, do not believe it is a high level curriculum. And it just floored me, the amount of money that was spent replacing books. And then I asked if it actually worked.
You did, you asked it, Joel was presenting some data on ASVAB and high school graduation rates, and that's when that came up. Okay, so we should have put on the timeline when I came into this job. Because I came after Joel's PTSD and after the adoption process. Which actually meant that when I first got access to Wit and Wisdom and got to use it, it was sitting down with teachers, with brand new teachers. So when Wit and Wisdom was adopted, I was still a mentor teacher. So working with brand new teachers in our district and working with them and their teams. So I came to Wit and Wisdom kind of knowing the flurry of community engagement, but not having any part of the process leading up to it, not having a decision or, you know, a dog in the race in terms of whether it was good or not. So I can tell you Wit and Wisdom is that it is a packaged curriculum. It has teachers editions, it has student workbooks, and it is a really text heavy or text rich curriculum. So it is divided by grade level into mods. Each grade level has 4 mods. And in those mods, there is a theme. So for instance, 4th grade, one of the themes is extreme settings. So throughout that mod, they will read books, look at poetry, they will write about all kinds of things that have to do with extreme settings. The novel that 4th graders read around extreme settings is called Alone in the Woods. And it's about 2 little gals who are on an adventure with their families, and they get separated from their families and they spend 2 nights, I believe, in the woods and have to figure out how to survive. They have like an inner tube and they have like a granola bar in their backpack,
I
and then
believe that's the book, one of the ones they took out on survival was having 4th graders bring condoms for survival.
yeah, so that was the SAS, the survival handbook. If you go into Wit and Wisdom, that's not a book that's designed to give out to kids. There are sections in that book, and so that is,
I believe when a teacher gave it to me.
yes,
They were reading it at Barnesby.
yeah, so there was all that. I wasn't a part of that.
I'm
Right.
just saying, but we have to be clear to tell the people that there were very controversial things in there, like telling 4th graders to pack a condom for survival.
Yeah.
And it was being read at Barnesby.
Yeah. So I think that came with clear directions around what books got in the hands of kids versus what a teacher had and which sections you would read out of that in the directions. Because nowhere in my experience, nowhere in there does it say, give a survival handbook to kids and have them read chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like, this is a section that talks about how you survive in extreme heat. But yes, it happened. Super unfortunate. But I believe that we've cleaned that up. Like, all those books are now out of schools. The copies are made of the sections that are accessible and appropriate for the grade level that they are going to.
So wait, do the kids all read the same book together, or they're reading passages? So they're you
No.
took a passage out of something?
No, so Alone in the Woods, every 4th grader reads that novel. The
In
whole
one of
novel.
these
Hmm?
In one of the pods.
In one of the mods. Yep,
Mod.
yep. So that is their novel. 5th grade has, oh my gosh, I want to call it wordplay or play on words is one of the mods, and they read Phantom Tollbooth. And so if you've ever read Phantom Tollbooth, it is exactly what the theme is it's a play on words. It's not the only thing that they do in that mod. They kind of ramp up to what does alliteration mean? What are similes? What is, all those kind of, writing techniques. They kind of lead up to
They do
that.
it as a class.
They do it as class. Yep. And there's a teacher's edition and a student workbook that comes with that. At the younger grades, like at kindergarten, I want to say, the Then and Now mod, which is mod 3, kids are actually having books in front of them a good portion of the time. They have their little square books and they're like, school, Then and Now, and cars, Then and Now, and I'm trying to think of what the third and fourth one are. I don't remember right now, but there are books that get in the hands of kids. So essentially what I'm telling you is Wit and Wisdom is a curriculum, and in each mod, there is either an anchor text like a novel at the older grades, or there are several anchor texts at the younger grades, which are picture books or word books that are designed to be read to kids, books that are designed to get in the hands of kids. Some of the work that I have done with Wit and Wisdom has been people saying like, hey, we have enough for one for every 2 kids because it was designed as a partner read book. But in the student workbook, it asks the kid to say, what is your favorite page of this book? And they're having to hand it back and forth. And so we've tried to get individual books in the hands of some kids. And that was one of the 2nd grade books so that they have this. Also within that, there are articles. And sometimes there are pictures or portraits that kids look at. And besides being kind of text rich, it also is writing rich. Kids are writing most of the time. And sometimes it's notice and wonder charts. If you ever go and see a Wit and Wisdom lesson, you'll probably see kids engaged in notice and wonder. I read this little bit. What did you notice? What did you wonder? Here's a photograph or here's a portrait. What did you notice? What did you wonder? And then they take those pieces and they try to answer some of those questions. And it's very formulaic. So in fact, teachers will probably be like, we've noticed and wondered to death, right? Like it's time to be done noticing and wondering. It's time to move on to some of those things. So those are some of the cons of Wit and Wisdom, is that like by the time kids have done this for 2 years, they're like, yep, I'm noticing and wondering, I'm noticing and wondering. But it's trying to get them into the habit of, when I look at the world around me, when I read, when I look at things, what do I notice? What questions do I have? So that is one part of Wit and Wisdom. And again, my work with sitting down with teachers and doing that is like, at the end of the mod, what are kids needing to be able to do? And how does this curriculum move them in that direction? And in what ways does the curriculum not support moving in that direction? And then how do we get them there instead? So at the end of every mod, the assessment is a written assessment. Kids have to write. Big, they call it an end of mod task. In kindergarten, obviously, they are not doing a big writing task. Their first end of mod assessment is to put things in order, like what happened first, what happened second. They're cutting, they're doing things like that. As they move through, they are doing more writing. So by the end of kindergarten, they're doing writing. And so one of the pieces that people have said that they don't love about Wit and Wisdom is that, yes, it asks kids to do a lot of writing, but it's not teaching them how to write, like that grammar, those structures. And so when we talked about that, that was a great thing about our professional development about Gretchen Burnaby, who came in, and she was like, here are structures, here's how to get kids to write in a certain structure. So we know that Wit and Wisdom left out quite a few of those pieces. When we adopted Wit and Wisdom, we also adopted geodes and foundations. Geodes is what they call decodable texts or decodable books. So they mirror the Wit and Wisdom mods, or their themes. The information mirrors them, but they put it in those little books that are like the 4 lines, that are supposed to be developmentally where kids can read like 90% independently. So that's what decodable texts are. 90%, like 94% independently, needing help with a few words. It introduces a few words that kids might not know, but other than that, they can read them. And so if you look at the geodes through grades K through 3, there are decodable texts that go with the Wit and Wisdom mods. We also adopted foundations, which is our core structured literacy. That is the phonics. That's what does TH say? Those pieces, again, for K3 to get them into the structured literacy. How do you make a word plural? Not spending too much time on that, but how do you make a word plural? Sometimes it's with S and sometimes it's with ES, and that depends on the word. So those are foundations, brings in kind of the real rules of phonics. It's making sense of what sounds letters make, what the combo of those sounds are. Comes with a teacher guide, it comes with assessments. We've reported on those end of mod assessments over the last couple of years as kids have taken them. So we have that data over the last couple of years. However, is your next slide, your test results, something's not going well with our test scores in terms of what ELA or what we're reporting out on ELA. So we know that it needs.
And you don't think it
fixing.
has anything to do with the curriculum?
I can't pin it on just the curriculum. I mean, I think that we go back to that place of there are multiple factors. Could that be a big one? Yeah, it could have a giant impact. For me personally, I would hesitate to say that it's just all wit and wisdom, that there aren't multiple factors that are impacting our decrease in
We're
scores.
going to have to look at multiple components of reading. So that's one of the things we're gonna look at is times. So like if we're spending 30 to 45 minutes on foundations and we have an hour and a half block of time, then that limits the time for the other components of reading. Reading, writing, actually reading. So we are looking at that because, you know, I've done lots of walkthroughs and I'm starting to kind of go at one time. So now I'm changing up my times that I go because I want to be able to see the other components because I feel like the times that I'm going, they've been doing foundations, like, so. You know, so now I'm going at, say, 10 o'clock instead of 8 to 9 o'clock. So I'm trying to get in at different times to put my eyes kind of on what parts of this program that we're using, how long we're using those particular parts. We can kind of get a picture of where we're at, because we do very well. When we look at our iReady data in particular strands, looking at multisyllabic words, looking at diphthongs, digraphs, prefixes, suffixes, you know, we're in, say, the 50s, 57, 60% on those particular standards. But when you go down to, say, our comprehension strength standards, like main idea, summary, text features, text structures, character setting, all those things, we're at 5%, 10%, 3%. I mean, we're not producing there. So we're gonna have to look at this particular program and what it's really offering us in, say, the comprehension realm, you know, what parts are working well, what parts are maybe not working well, maybe less time, more time. So that's what we're kind of.
So with the foundations, do you feel like they're spending more time just on like structure of things rather than actually opening a book and reading it and putting it into practice? Or what is your thought? I mean, you're a specialist.
That's what I see right now. It's why I said I'm gonna go at different times because I want to make sure that I'm going at all these different parts that she just listed off, because right now I do see a lot of time spent on
So
that.
Terry, with the prior curriculum, did you have that foundations? Because I volunteered in my kids' class and every elementary school class for reading. I did reading groups, first grade, second grade, third grade. And you know what I did with those kids? I sat in at the table and I took group A, group B, I sat in there for hours and we read.
Yeah, and I did last year when I volunteered at Crooked River and they were having adult readers come in too. I would have the Geodes book. And that's what I would do I would pull individual kids and we would take turns reading out of those decodables and then maybe expanding into, you know, higher level books.
What was the prior, I know it was workbooks, Wonders, was it Wonders? that we
So
had?
Wonders
Did we have the foundations and all that stuff?
No.
So they just mainly read, because I remember it just being stories that we read.
Yeah, I would say that there was some phonics instruction, but I don't know that it was as comprehensive or as laid out as foundations. Again, I was teaching high school social studies at the time that Wonders was around, so.
What was our test scores with Wonders? Like, what was our?
You know, it gets tricky as you start spanning across
At
different.
pre-COVID, well, could the kids read by third grade?
I can go back, so we had Oaks up until I think 2014, which was a different test. I can go back and pull data from before and get that to you guys. I think my biggest thing is like, I think through this whole conversation is coming from the guy who has to sit here and tell you guys our summative test scores every year. I think we have to look at improvement. We know how to get 40%, right? Stay status quo, we'll get 40, 45% year after year. We have to figure out what's working, and then we have to be able to say, this is not working. what do we need to change? So that's what I think really relying on a lot of Dr. Skinner's expertise is I'm not a kindergarten expert, I can promise you that. So really hearing from Dr. Skinner, like, what do we see that's working, and let's keep that, but then let's also not be afraid to say, this isn't working, and make changes where they need to be made.
Have you asked the teachers, like, what's working and what's not working, like individually? I don't know how this comes together, but I know they have to make lesson plans and sub plans and all the things, but I mean, do they have the ability to say, wow, we're spending 45 minutes on foundations and I need that time on, can they make those? Like, can teachers say, hey, in my class, this is not working and I want to do X, Y, and Z, and, or do you give them their plans? Because to me, the teacher is your, you know, she or he is there every day with the same group of kids for 182 days for the year. So to me, it seems like instead of guessing what's not working and what is working, they would be able to tell you, this cohort I have this year, you know, this is what I did last year and it is not working. So I'm changing to this. I just feel like we're sitting here trying to get answers to questions that I feel like our teachers know. They get to know our students on a daily basis. They understand the kids that are in their classrooms. And so to sit here and say, we don't understand how we're decreasing in these numbers, I think is wrong. I think that if you sat down with teachers that you see exponential growth and you could ask them what they're doing, and the teachers that aren't seeing growth could honestly tell you, I spend so much time doing this and I'm not seeing results. Like, I truly believe that. Have we asked anyone inside our buildings for this information instead of sitting here saying, we're not sure? Like, have we talked to teachers?
Yeah, one of the biggest, a really interesting thing we were doing a couple of years ago was teachers' assessment of student ability is highly correlated with students' actual ability, because it's to the point you're making right now of, yeah, I'm with this kid every day. I can tell you whether Johnny can read or not. So that was one way we looked at data, I want to say 3 years ago.
But
and we
can we
report that.
adjust these? Like, I'm saying, like, I'm there at this time and we're always doing foundations, like maybe their class doesn't. I mean, I don't understand all of these, this is just hypothetically, but you know, maybe this
You're on the right track.
class
You're on the
doesn't
right track,
need this bullet point, you know, they've got it. So can we double up on this bullet point that these kids are, you know, this set of third graders are struggling on? Is, I mean, can there be movement within
So
this?
that's what they've asked. So I've been working with some of the principals and they said, can we have the green light to do that? And I'm saying, that absolutely. If we need to look at our data though, I mean, obviously it's got to be data driven and then we can make those decisions. We can't just say, ooh, I don't like that. I don't like teaching that part, but it has to, as long as it's based on data, then I am. Like, I just was at Barnes Butte today. And so we had the same conversation and they're like, do I have the green light to say this class already has it? Why are we spending 45 minutes on it? They could have got it in 10 minutes. You're exactly right. This could have been wrapped up in 10 minutes and the rest of it was like, let's move on. So yes, so the next part is meeting with some of the teachers. I know some of the principals are going to be getting me into some of their PLCs so I can have conversations with them. Right now I'm just in the classrooms, like setting my eyes on like what this even is, because this is not, haven't used Wit and Wisdom really. So I'm just trying to get my eyes on like, what are we spending our time on? What are each one of these components? How much time are we spending on them? But that has been coming up. The teachers are going to the principals and saying, hey, do I have some leeway? And like, I mean, I was told that I had to do 30 minutes of this. I don't want to be in trouble. And I'm like, I didn't tell you that. So
That's what I'm wondering, like, are they
Then-
given a structured plan, like for the curriculum or?
I think there's some
So
recommendations.
there are some recommendations. So whenever you get curriculum, there are recommendations. It tells you how long a lesson should take. If you're doing it as a core lesson, if you're doing it as an intervention lesson, those kinds of pieces. And then they do try to, I guess, in the teacher world, do try to say, then look at the kids and how they're doing in front of you and adjust as necessary. But elementary teachers and elementary principals will be the first to tell you that they are rule followers. And so if at the top it says this lesson takes 62.5 minutes,
And I'm like,
you're gonna work through it, especially in the first couple of years of implementation, because you don't know necessarily. Lessons often take 3 times longer than the company tells you that they're supposed to take. And so you leave it up to a teacher to say like, no, like, we cannot spend all year on one mod because each mod creates a different kind of writing. Kids are getting practice doing different kinds of writing at the end of each mod. So we have to get through 3 of these, and you have to balance that pressure with, whoosh, are the kids doing it or are they not doing it? You're given this lesson that says, here's 2 articles, here's a picture. Don't forget to read some of your novel, notice and wonder 14 times, have kids write a little summary. Don't forget to have kids turn and talk to one another about their summary because those are good instruction. And they're like, whoosh, trying to figure out how to do all that. And then also trying to figure out what's best for their individual kid. It's this competing balance that I would say happens across K through 12. This, like, we know we have to get all the way through this because the OSAS says kids are gonna have to write in these particular ways. We're not gonna tell you which exact way, but they have to have experience writing in all these ways. So you have to get through this and also try to be really intentional about what every day contains for kids. So I do want to see our teachers have more autonomy in making those decisions, but there is a structure that goes along with that too, that should be data driven and should be team driven. You don't want one 4th grade teacher making that decision and the rest of the 4th grade team gets together and she's like, oh yeah, I skipped those 3 lessons because this was happening in my classroom and I know I needed to get there. And they're like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. To be able to have those conversations. That requires time and vulnerability of looking at your data and saying like, wow, my kids didn't get it. Your kids did. What's happening in your room? What's happening in my room?
It's more, we really want to look at the components and saying, are we teaching all of these components? And then how much time is it going to take to accomplish that for your class? So if we're looking at independent reading, we're looking at interactive read alouds, we're looking at word wall time, we're looking at phonics time, we're looking at guided reading time with kids in a small group, like all of these components make up a reading block. How much time are you spending on this component, this component, this component, this component, so we can make sure we have all the components to make a strategic reader.
And are you seeing that they have all the components? Are they doing all of the components in the
Well,
class?
that's what I'm in classrooms looking at right now, so,
That's your bullet points, right?
that's, yep, so that's what I'm doing. And so I've noticed that I've been kind of going at the same time, so to give the benefit of the doubt, now I'm gonna go at a different time because I hear, oh, we do that at this time. So I wanna make sure I go in at that time, so I can see that particular component. So that way I can, yeah, so our next meeting with principals, we have instructional alignment meetings, we'll say, do we all agree that these are components of making a good strategic reader? And if we all agree to that, then how many minutes should we spend on all of that if we have an 1.5 hour block, if we have a 2 hour block? So adjusting those times.
The other thing that changed a little bit too with COVID is that our elementary day shortened by quite a bit. And so teachers also feel, and I would say, an increased pressure in terms of their core instruction in that time frame. So things that we maybe normally would have spent some more time on found themselves not getting a lot of time. So I think we're looking at all those things, what can fit in our day, what good instruction looks like, what good instruction of the curriculum that you have looks like, all those things. So some of these are, Joel, it's like you recycled some of the ones on your other.
Work smart.
I know. So review of core ELA instructional non-negotiables, kind of talked about that, getting a different intervention curriculum from leveled, it's called level literacy intervention. It is kind of that. How do kids process? How do they look when they get a book in front of them that they might not know what those words are, or when they might not know how to kind of attack words? What are the combination of skills that they can use to do that? You guys saw, we have an elementary director of literacy posted, because as much as I am passionate about curriculum and all the things, my background is not in elementary literacy, and I would love to learn as much as I can. But 2 people in this position would be way better. So doing that, kind of split the load. I've not been able to spend the amount of time that I wished I could in elementary classrooms doing those things. iReady, I think, is going to be a really great implementation for us, because it does give standards data at based on how kids do on those diagnostic. It actually puts them in instructional groupings that teachers can look at, and then it gives them the tools. What do you do in this group? You have kids who have similar skills, and what are some resources that you can print off in this system? Not just put them on the computer, but what can you pull those 5 and 6 kids, and here's a resource that helps them. do that. I think that's gonna be really great, especially, well, it's been good at our middle school, but really great across our elementary schools as well. Continue to monitor ELA data, just have to get as much data as we can and kind of look at where we can find trends. And then literacy-based professional development. So looking at what our curriculum doesn't bring to us and finding people who can help get our teachers more of what they need. I think I stole your slide. I was giving you a break. You said Totten before, so I was trying to give you a.
We're getting
Tag out, tag
Getting
out.
tired here, twisting.
So for the elementary director of literacy position, we found the STEM funding for that. 'Cause that wasn't in our original budget.
I just think it's interesting that we started this evening with a presentation from Carrie telling us about the high school math curriculum, where there is no curriculum because no publisher has created it. So we're gonna put one together and figure this out and teach math. And presumably our scores will go up. Now we're down to talking about elementary reading, and the whole world hangs off of the curriculum, which isn't needed in the other grade. So I am left with the opinion that maybe we overrate curriculum. The curriculum's nice to have, but
Agreed.
instruction
I agree.
and teaching teachers to teach may be more important than curriculum itself. And that even a bad curriculum can be made to work well by a good instructor. So investing in instruction may be our best bet for moving our kids forward.
And along with
Instruction
that,
strategy.
Scott, I don't understand, you said the same thing with health, like nobody wants to change what we're teaching, it fits with our community. You know, you went on all these points, but yet we continue to do this 7-year cycle of adopting the next thing, adopting the next thing. Why can't we do just what Scott said? Put together something we know that works, and then have our teachers build on that, so in 7 years, they're not transitioning to a whole new program and what to use and how to make groups and how to make sure kids are being consistent. Can we not do what we've done with health in every other curriculum? Is there a reason we need to adopt ELA every 7 years, or can we take what's working, build on it, and just set it in place and stop making teachers change? And not to mention kids. I mean, these kids are learning, you know, okay, by the middle of middle school, I'm to this curriculum. Now I'm at my last year of middle school, starting a new curriculum, and then I'm going to high school and doing something completely different. It doesn't seem fair to anyone in that cycle.
Well, probably because the state of Oregon is so focused on their DEI and putting all that stuff into their new curriculums that they put out that are dumbing our children down by not teaching them skills, teaching them whatever it is that the state of Oregon thinks that they should teach them, and it doesn't focus on the skill.
Yeah, right.
And so that's the problem. So they're requiring us
What is it that we're missing?
to adopt these curriculums that are not teaching.
But it's obviously not a requirement because we haven't been doing that with health. She just said that in her last presentation. So we're missing something somewhere that we're.
In the
we're
next present, I
changing
was gonna say, in the next presentation, I will tell you that it is a requirement based on Division 22 standards to be following along with ODE's timelines for adoptions.
You can do an independent.
You can do an independent
But what have we
adoption. Been doing with health? Has it been an independent adoption?
Well, this is our first time in 7 years, so I don't.
People who went to school in this district told me they used the Great Body Shop when they
Yes.
were in school here. So I mean, we're talking 20 years.
It shows up every year on ODE's K-5 list. It's an
So we
easy.
just lucked out with that one continually being on every 7 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my knowledge, yes. Joel, are you know?
You can do an independent.
You can do an independent
Well, I know,
adoption.
because I
Maybe you put it out, you can say,
Yes.
we're gonna go through a process.
They
you
didn't
get our.
adopt ELA,
Right.
they wrote their own, or they kept what they had, submitted a document to the state saying, we are producing the scores we need, this isn't trending down, it was this little, and that was it.
We can do supplemental, we're looking at supplemental for some comprehension, and some reading group things, so we can add in and say, we're not doing that piece, we're gonna add this piece in, and that's what we're, looking at.
Just a law, we could get it.
Yeah, you can do an
What pieces
independent
are working
adoption.
and what
They just ask
supplement.
that at that timeline that you look at whether or not you need it. Because can you imagine if we didn't have a process or a timeline where we looked and said and asked teachers, like, what do you need or what's going well? And match it with curriculum or not? I mean, I don't know what.
But I think that should be asked yearly to teachers, not every 7 years, because the state
agree.
has mandated, okay, now we're gonna
It's
adopt
time.
something new. Ask your teacher that at the end of the year and say, hey, what's working for you, what's not, because that's where you get the supplemental in. whatever you need supplemented for the next year to see that growth continue. And then not come to year 7 and tell your teacher, okay, now we've done all this work and now tell me what new curriculum you want. So I would rather look at going that route and maybe sticking to things and not putting so much weight on the curriculum itself. But if we build these supplemental things that our teachers are happy with, and you see that year over year growth, or you see teachers coming back and saying, this is still working, my kids are producing, what have you, why change it? Like, why do we do this every 7 years?
Because you have to add in all the DEI. It's true.
But we do not have to choose from the Oregon adopted list. And I mean, I'm looking at the statewide assessment scores, and it would seem irresponsible, you know,
Right.
if
There are
if
things
those
that
are the
really
results we're
successful that
getting.
We can add in.
Yeah, I think it's a lot for teachers to continue to do, and I think it's a lot for students to continue to do. If we have options, like Scott's saying, where we just, okay, we have this curriculum, you know, we need these supplements, this is not working, this is working, and teachers can just rely that that's coming back year after year, and they're building on that. I think they just get so much more consistent in teaching that they, I don't know, I'm not a teacher and I could be totally wrong. This is my personal opinion, not a board opinion, but I think teachers then would be able to recognize things a lot quicker than trying to pull up lesson manuals saying, okay, I gotta use 62 minutes and I gotta do, you know, instead, like, hey, I've done this for the last 3 years and I need 34 minutes,
Right.
Carrie, I don't need 62. I got this down,
I-
34 minutes and we got this.
I agree.
Exactly, that's,
Unless a test changes or we get new standards, I mean, that's obviously, that's a reason when you need something completely new, that's just a tweak.
but I'm saying,
besides
can it
that-
be a tweak and not a whole new adoption? And leave some consistency across the board for students and teachers.
Well, and the bottom line is we want to find out what's gonna work. Like, we want to look at our data, what's the gap and what do we need? And we can say, oh, this supplemental, this isn't working, but this is. What part can we keep? And then what's the supplemental? So.
But I mean, yes, and also sometimes new curriculums do offer us an opportunity, because if we look at our middle school ELA curriculum, they also adopted a curriculum at the same time we adopted Wit and Wisdom, and if you're looking at their scores jumping, right, maybe the curriculum had also, maybe they needed it. And so you do have to look at who needs what to support what they're doing in their classroom, but be able to figure out like what part is it that you have a new textbook or that you have a new set of books, and what part is it that you really excel at your teaching, and what part of it is that you can't excel at your teaching because you feel so.
But is that
In a
something
box.
you could do more regularly on like a yearly basis as opposed to we're coming up on an adoption?
Oh, we definitely should
Yeah,
have
okay.
some feedback on the curriculum and how teachers are feeling about what holds.
Well, I just, like Steve said, I think it would make them also more confident in what they're doing to know, A, they have the support behind them, like, hey, this was a rough year and this, like, you know, my data came back and I didn't do well. And like you said, I'm good at teaching here, but I'm not good at this. And, you know, my teacher in my group does this instead, you know.
I've
I'm gonna
never,
implement this.
I've never loved the process of adopting a curriculum and all K through whatever get it at the same time, because most times you do a curriculum and it comes with a particular structure. And so you're throwing fifth graders in there with a structure that they've not seen before and then asking them to do big things. And by the time your kindergartners get up to fifth grade, maybe they are familiar with the structure, and then we're saying, time to learn something new. So I've always thought there was something wrong with that. Giving it to everybody all at the same time and not kind of rolling it up. And as kids get older, then they also get to grow with their curriculum as well.
On the timeline you look at for curriculum, Carrie, is it possible to implement something like that instead of this, you know, constant change? Like, is there a way to?
I think we can do
We do
most,
something like you were saying, like, can it give you a break to where you could get maybe on that path where we're not adopting?
I think we can do most anything that we want as long as we're not in that place where we're like, oh, it's not going well. Like, if that's the factor that we can pull out that says, this is the thing that teachers are saying, is that like, for Wonders, it did not have a writing component. It was very reading heavy, but kids were not writing inside of Wonders. And so with Wonders, they were like, we need something that has kids writing alongside their reading. But now maybe we're missing some of those comprehension pieces that they had so much reading in and so many questions about what they read. They were writing. Okay, or it didn't build in writing.
When you buy a textbook adoption, whether that is Wonders, Wit and Wisdom, HMH, went like that. I've seen that in districts just plummet. Because they're textbook adoptions, they're written for kind of your standard run of the mill, and so it's very difficult to say this particular adoption is going to solve all the world's problems in reading because they're producing it for the masses, right? So
I mean, we can talk
I love
about
what
that.
you said, Jessica, because I am very much a proponent of what are the gaps and what are the supplementary pieces? Maybe one of these pieces work for us. But maybe we need something different for comprehension, if we need something different for small group reading. And so when you're able to build that out for your district, because you know your kids, you know your gaps, you know your strengths, in every single classroom, we have lots and lots of reading levels and strengths and gaps. When you buy a textbook, everybody turn to page 49. We're gonna star the S on the end of the word for 30 minutes, or we're going to box the OU sound. I mean, like, does everybody need that in the classroom? Maybe, maybe not. So that's what we have to really determine as teachers. Is that needed for every single kid in your classroom? And if it is, then let's do it for 30 minutes. If not, what else might they need? And then we need to build that for our kids here in this district.
And I think that goes with, like, we knew the third grade data was not great for those incoming fourth graders for this year. And so what are the systems that we put? We knew we sent 20% of fifth graders off to sixth grade who had IEPs. Last year, that traditional curriculum that's built for the middle of the road average kiddo is not going to support all those kids with their myriad of IEP needs and accommodations. So we have to be able to support kids where they're at and give teachers tools to support kids where they're at.
Division 22.
All right. Happy to report that this year, I put some background in there. Division 22 standards are all Oregon Administrative Rules, OERs, are set out in chapter 581, Division 22, and they are standards for public elementary and secondary schools. So if you look at all of these, they all start with the 581, they all have the 022, and then the rule is the 4-digit one that changes afterwards, or the definitions and titles. So kind of what ODE refers Division 22 to, are these standards, is this the floor? This is the minimum thing that all districts must be accountable to and must be in compliance in. Districts obviously have lots of other things that they do, not just around these, but this is the minimum. And so these are standards that the Oregon legislature or the state boards, ODE, State Board of Education, has determined must be met. And then ODE tells us kind of a lot of times with the legislative pieces, how we're going to roll this out. So compliance with these rules ensures a baseline level of service with districts across the state. So when I go through this every year, I have three options. I can say that OER is compliant, it's out of compliant, or it's compliant with because we are implementing corrective action. So and we look at these for the previous school year. So all these are looking at 23-24. So for 23-24, CCSD is compliant in all areas except one, which is OER 581-022-2515, which is the menstrual dignity for students. It is our first year reporting on this standard. And we are out of compliance because what this standard asks us to do is put receptacles and menstrual products in all bathrooms K-12. And yes, Jessica, we made that face too. So which is why Leland and I have had lots of conversations.
No, you're right.
Yeah, no, Leland and I had conversations a lot last year about like, hey, next year this is gonna come on, we're gonna have to report our compliance. Where do we want to go with this? And we both agreed that we will continue doing what we do, which is that we provide the receptacles and the products in the girls' bathrooms at the high school and at the middle school. And then I believe in the fifth, and then in the upper grades of the elementary. So not in the K1 bathrooms, but in the 3-5 bathrooms at the elementary school. So we do need to report that we are out of compliance on this. that we will have to report back what our corrective action is. And so for now, our corrective action is that we will be tasking a committee with the best way forward with these requirements that meet the needs of our students and reflect the values of our community. That is all I will have to report to ODE that we are doing around this one. The other one that you'll see on here is that we are compliant with implementation of corrective action is the PE minutes for middle school. I'm really glad that I don't have to talk about corrective action with that anymore. We put corrective action into place. The middle school's schedule now allows for kids to actually meet their PE instructional minute requirements that ODE has set forth. And that is.
So that's another one, Carrie. Was there a reason we couldn't use like sports logs at the middle school instead of changing their schedule? Like, couldn't you take the kids that play football, basketball, wrestle?
So
all the volleyball, I mean, we have hundreds.
Yes.
Each.
Marcus and I, yeah, Marcus.
That's what we did when we homeschooled. You report your minutes on a log, and I just, why do we go through changing the whole schedule of the school instead of just implementing the logs?
Yeah, there were a couple reasons why, when Marcus and I had conversations about that, and even when Stacy, when I came on, and this is Stacy and I met with Marcus and kind of talked about options, and this is the second time I'm at school board meeting, I think, talking about this. What the complications with doing that is we have lots of kids that sign up. Lots of kids that come out. Sometimes kids don't stay. Sometimes kids sign up and come out and they have 3 practices in and then they don't go. And so it became this, we can't just take the kids that sign up because they don't always complete their sport. They don't always complete the number of minutes that go along with their sport for various reasons. Is our goal to make sure that all of our kids get physical fitness as the state has asked us to do? Do we believe that that's important for all of our kids? Yeah, are a lot of our kids going above and beyond? But trying to track the kids who sign up and how many practices they go to, how many minutes they are participating in. Marcus opted to say that a schedule change, although it looks really complicated and on paper it was a little complicated, it's actually not worked out to be a terrible thing.
So you just do a log and the coach gets it, and then you sign off the kids that go.
It was. Yeah, you could. It just became a heavy lift in terms of that paperwork trail and making sure that we are keeping that as a district and we are keeping track of that and good track of that. I think it could have been done, but Marcus opted as his building and I supported him as well in that. And then like, if you think that you can make a schedule change that doesn't impact learning of kids in other ways, that go forth with that. And he felt like he could make a schedule change that still allowed kids to have lots of elective options. That didn't change the nature of the minutes of their day that they were doing instruction in their core classes. It obviously is not, it's not perfect. It would be perfect if we could do, you know, all the kids who participated in sports, if we could just do a little check on them. But
So I just have a question on some of these that say, like, wave through 2017. These are the essential skills, you know, this one essential skill assessment of ELA or ELL learners. So we just had this huge talk about these assessment numbers, and now they're waved through 28. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, we have to get on some sort of a Crook County standards, like this is our requirement, this is our bar. Because, I mean, now it's like, why do we have all these talks about assessments if they're waived till 2028?
To the state of Oregon, yeah, the state waived those, through COVID,
But all the numbers we just went off of, Joel, are the state numbers and they're waived till 2028, like.
Well, we went off the,
Yeah.
the essential skills are a little bit different than OSAS.
Yeah, essential skills, can be met previously when none of this was waived. Essential skills could be met through the OSAS or another list of assessments. So we are, requiring, even though the state's saying we're waiving our writing and essential skills, we're still tracking that at the high school to make sure students are ready. So we are still trying to make sure that we're making sure students demonstrate proficiency regardless of what the Oregon Department of Ed does, because as you can see, it fluctuates with the legislature. So, but we want to make sure that we can guarantee to our constituents.
Language learners.
Yeah.
Not for them.
Well, it's the same for regular essential skills too, but if you look, Jessica, at the one above that where it says assessment of essential skills, local performance assessment requirements. If you could click into this document, what you would see is that for our local performance assessment requirements, it still requires us to take samples, writing samples, science samples, math samples, and score those and keep those for kids throughout the
But
grades.
done at a district level,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Could we just get more on board at a district level?
No.
I mean, I'm not saying we disregard the state numbers at all. I mean, we can keep those, but I think at some point you're gonna have to set a consistency across our district for teachers, students, and parents to better understand, because or again, we're using numbers that aren't even looked at until 2028 on some of these. So what's the point, again, for a parent to get their kid to promote them to take these tests? You know what I mean?
It's a question we have been debating at this table for about 4 or 5 years, ever since they did this.
And at other
Yeah.
tables, other
Yes.
offices, other places. Yeah.
Required.
We'll go back to the PE minute for a minute. What are we doing at the high school? Are we letting kids take credit of athletics to cover the PE credit?
So you can, we
So if we
just,
can do it at the high school, how come we can't do it at the middle school?
well, at the high school, OSAA regulates those activities. And
But
when you,
just still have to keep accountability.
Same
Kids come
process.
and go from practices. There are kids that don't show up for practices for a couple weeks and then they come
Yeah.
back.
so it doesn't happen very often, so I was making sure that Jake at the break, that we do allow it, but it happens very irregularly. And it usually only happens when kids are so busy taking AP courses or dual credit courses that they can't possibly fit a PE elective in. But I would say that 98% of our kids at the high school meet their PE minutes just by their PE course in their freshman year and their senior year. The PE minute requirement at the high school it doesn't exist in this way. It's a credit. It's credits. So you have to take one full credit, half a credit. Well, one full credit. We have it at our freshman year, half a credit our freshman year, and half a credit at our senior year. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, most students, I mean, they take more than enough PE classes with weights or whatever.
So,
And then those classes are then elective after they've satisfied their PE requirement. In rare cases, we do allow students to use sports for like a proficiency credit, but they have to finish that season. So that's the determining factor.
What's our allegiance to rare?
What's the allegiance to rare?
Why is it?
Necessity if someone hasn't satisfied their.
I know, but why do we think it's so terrible if they do that?
I don't think we think it's terrible. I just think that most kids are good taking a half a credit or a full credit.
It doesn't happen a lot.
Right.
It's not needed.
Yeah.
I mean, who's the burden on, the parent or to the kid to prove that they can't take a PE credit, or on the administration to prove why they shouldn't get sports credit? Where's the burden?
We don't deny sport people that want to use, if people want to do add a PE credit for sport, we allow them to do that. What I'm saying is we don't run into that problem.
You don't
very
get that
much.
many requests.
No.
You don't get that many requests because students
They take
easily
the course.
satisfy their PE requirement with only one credit needed for PE.
It's not widely advertised that
That's
you
what
can
I'm
use your
wondering.
sports, like. Cause when you have a 3-sport athlete as a freshman, they have met all their requirements, but. Like, I didn't know that as a parent with kids that play sports, but my kids took a weights class or something like that,
General
where.
day students that participate in sports.
Or also
take
taking
classes,
PE
but
classes.
The weights class, they take,
Right,
a basketball
basketball,
class, they take
yeah.
those classes anyway, so rarely do we have that problem where you have this athlete that wants to use their season as a PE credit because the time they have.
It seems to me a bit unfair that we don't let middle school kids have that opportunity. If they want to enhance their education by taking an additional elective, why would we deny them that opportunity?
I'm not a.
And I am.
But I'm just saying,
I'm not talking about
what I'm saying is,
of the middle
not all
school.
middle school students do sports, and so if you're trying to get minutes for all students, it doesn't make sense to use sports as their.
No, there's a lot.
For that group, I remember the middle school telling me some years ago that it was impossible, and they really emphasized this, to serve lunch to students consistently between 11 and 1 o'clock, and they were serving students at 2:40 with their last lunch and earlier in the day to get their lunch through. And the board threw a fit and said, no, that isn't gonna happen anymore. You will serve lunch. And the middle school managed to figure out the logistics of the situation after much complaining. I bet they could figure it out again if they were given a little incentive. So I wonder if we could perhaps think about maybe a policy at the board level to regulate this issue of credit for.
Well, I do have the policy from Benla Pines School District, in which.
It's a middle school thing?
Redmond's doing it too. We
Yeah.
can explore this and figure it out.
They do that
As far as
for,
I know.
And
Middle
if
school.
we write it up in policy, not only can we be consistent about what the board wants, but also we can then advertise to parents that it's available.
But
Which is a good-
to what
and
Jake
they
said,
have
it
more
is,
time to read when they get.
your athletes aren't looking to wait their.
Scores will
My
improve.
kids didn't wanna take PE one, they wanted to take weight, you know, and it's meetings that go towards PE, but as an athlete, Jake is right, they wanted a weights class or they wanted basketball, so I think what Jake is saying is true to what I see at a high school level, those kids don't, but at the middle school level, there's lots offered where you're losing that particular class period because now you have to hit these PE minutes when you just played tackle football, you wrestled, and now you're gonna run track in the spring.
But in the high school, at least, I mean, you could add that policy on, and at least parents are informed it's there, many would not need it.
Right.
But for students that, especially students that are trying to accelerate toward an early graduation, that's a tool for them that they should know what's.
Oh, and there's a form, Joel has a form, an already created form.
I think our form of this, we can totally figure it out.
Policy from Benla.
Okay.
Could we put that on a future agenda?
Done.
But it's not public comment time, but I also heard Carrie say that if you do that, you got 15 kids that are playing different sports, you got this log that you have time up. You're gonna take your teacher to add that up, who's doing that adding up? The
That could be
parent?
done by the coach during the sports event, that could be done by a QR code that they sign in on, I don't know, that's what the policy thinks.
I think the other thing that will be interesting to kind of ask about this is if we have some middle school kids who then get to use their sports and they are getting to pick other electives. Do we have enough other opposite elective offerings or the class sizes in those elective offerings?
Now we have a bunch of mods that are gonna put in all the extras.
Do not get off topic.
Okay, not
Back onto topic.
Okay.
Yeah, let us take a look at this,
Yeah,
figure out the
but-
pros, cons, all of it, and bring that back and forth.
Yes. Okay, I think, am I done?
You are done.
I've got
3.9, Dr. Ha.
I've got a quick required ODU report, annual report on how we did.
It's warmer over here. Can I just stay over here?
Yeah. Right there, all right.
Just kidding.
SIA report.
Yes.
So we get a $2.9 million grant from the state of Oregon to through it's called the Student Investment Account. It's designated buckets, reducing class size, well-rounded education, instructional time, health, and safety. We passed through based on ADM, 187,000 to Pal Butte, letting you know how we spend these funds. This funds 13.5 elementary teachers, mainly our student killer staff, 4.5 counselors, 30 club spots, 12 instructional assistants, variety of things. As you can see, Pal Butte uses theirs for counseling, enrichment, and intervention. Some outcomes, we have seen are similar to our testing rates, our attendance rates, we have seen go up over the last couple of years, graduation rates, freshmen on track. Like we've talked about, we're still focusing on our ELA and math intervention. Like we said, we use a lot of instructional assistance, so making sure that we're getting our bang for our buck. Smaller class sizes, we do have relatively small class sizes when you look across the state, and that's what those 13.5 teachers make sure that we continue to have. And then we also want to celebrate the well-rounded education outcomes we're seeing with over 30 club experiences. Our next steps related to student investment account, we are beginning our community engagement cycle, and we're aligning that with the board goals. We've talked about that, so that kicks off here October, November, December. We're gonna continue to monitor and intervene on attendance, as well as we're still seeing those mental health support needs. But we are grateful for those counseling positions we've added due to this funding, as well as we're gonna continue to, every year I was at the high school today and saw their advertisement for their Dungeons and Dragons Club. So we're continuing to create awesome, fun experiences for kids and looking to expand that.
Sorry, Joel, on that, the 30+ clubs, so are we funding these clubs or the
Oh, yeah.
person who teaches them?
Yep, we
or
call them
what?
club spots. So each school is designated, it's around, I wanna say like $988. That buys a staff member to supervise up to 20 hours, as well as $100 goes into supplies for that club.
Oh.
So there's a whole system put in place for that. Any questions on student investment account?
Thought of being 4.0,
Guys,
4.1, you feel you by
you're getting your money's worth today.
Oh, geez.
Hey,
He's gonna love saying this. Are y'all ready?
well, no.
Okay, but I gotta tell, I challenged Joel to come up with a cute theme name because we had Awesome to the Core for October.
ChatGPT.
So he steals the chat, so he just spelled him out. But
Was
Joel
created.
did create a name, he did do it.
She said she has cutesy names for everything, and I was assigned November, the Sunday, Patriotic Sundays. She said, that's not a good name. So ChatGPT came up with Liberty and Scoops, a Sunday salute to CCSD staff. So on November 12th, November 11th is Veterans Day. We'll celebrate our veterans. November 12th, we're gonna celebrate Kirk County School District staff. So we have patriotic themed Sundays. And Tammy has a sign-up sheet. You're gonna wanna sign up for a date and time that works for you before you leave tonight.
That's our
Is
nervous
this just
culture.
to
event.
celebrate staff or staff that are?
All staff.
military
This
based?
is just all monthly staff.
For our staff that have served in the military, we will do extra scoops.
You get a cherry on top.
Yeah,
I'm just curious how many we
So it'll be
have.
our
Double.
November culture event.
That's
for
not
the
what it's
board and
for,
District
so.
administrators as United Front, so this is that culture event we do once a month.
so Tammy has that sheet before you leave. Make sure you sign up for one spot if you can make it.
Okay. I've had really good responses. Staff has really been appreciative of you guys serving and filling out. And they loved it. They really enjoyed seeing you and I appreciate that. We appreciate them.
4.2. Dr. Skinner.
So this is really just some dates. So we do have that policy work session and that'll be on October 21st. I mean, that is when Spencer will be there for
24.
No,
I have it this
first. 21st? Oh, it's 21st. Then we have the school board work session for goals. That'll be January the 6th. And then Anna will be doing a financial work session on November the 5th.
Okay, so October 21st, what time?
Next month.
And
4:30 to 8:30.
Yes, we have it
4:30 to
8:30. Yes.
4:30 for all of them?
That was October 21st, sorry.
Oh, it's 4.
January.
And then I know the financial work session will be that same, we have it for 2
Isn't that
hours.
election date?
On the 5th.
fifth is, yeah.
November 5th is the presidential election.
We'll be done by the time it's over.
It's 4:30. It's, that one's only 2 hours, so
4:30 to
really
6:30.
about an hour or so for Anna's presentation, and then we're like an hour or so for discussion. 4:30 to 6:30 on the.
What is the financial education?
Oh.
What are we being
Would you like to-
educated about?
I have a lot of topics just to kind of help the board understand a lot of the financial things that it just takes time to learn. I feel like I could give you 12 hours of instruction, but I'm just trying to do some PERS education, PERS bonds, the different funds that we have and the uses and restrictions. I have a whole bunch of different things to talk about.
We do it on a different day than election day?
I think this is what Tammy sent these dates out. If we were. Yeah, I'm trying to remember when you sent that out. I believe this was one of the dates that.
January, it was just October, November, and January.
That was
That was it.
January.
I had them.
So what time on the 6th? Over,
On January sixth.
Oh, November fifth is just 2 hours, that one's 4:30 to 6:30, that's not a 4 hour one, that's a shorter one. And January sixth, I don't have mine. We have the sixth, I mean, what?
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, what do you have on the sixth, January sixth, 4:30 to 8:30 or 4:30 to 6:30? I know the November fifth is 4:30 to 6:30, you have 8:30. November fifth is definitely only 2 hours. Yeah, that's a 2 hour.
January
Fourth
sixth
and fifth.
is 4:30.
We have the meeting, our school board meetings on the fourth, then we have the budget education on the fifth.
Yes, the next night. And we're confused. I'm using we right now. So sorry. Yeah, there's so Scott and I
Please clarify.
are confused
Okay, which one?
about Monday.
13th, that's what we see.
Okay. See, it was in there. Never mind.
The date,
Mr.
it
Cooper
moved
is
because
speaking now.
Paulina. We moved to Paulina in November,
Yes.
and it's on the fourth, not the 13th.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah,
So we chose that work session.
and that one's at 4 o'clock.
I'm gonna figure that out. Okay. I'll figure that one out later.
Maybe tomorrow we can send
Yeah.
all the times, all the dates.
But the November fifth.
Oh, Tammy can just find her email to me. I'm the constant board member. Tammy, could you please send me all of the dates and times so I can quadruple check?
But the November fifth is just 2 hours.
Tammy is awesome and she keeps us all in line.
Absolutely.
But I'm saying she's probably actually already typed this up.
Okay, moving on to 5.0 finance report. Anna, Miss Anna.
I have a first of the year finance projection for you. And I would like to start on page 3, which is the general fund. That's usually where I spend most of my time. That's the one fund where I actually project to the end of the year. So my first projection, obviously, is still gonna have a lot of guesses, educated guesses, estimates in there. But I do have a lot more information this time than I had in the previous couple of months. So right now, overall, the general fund budget is looking like it'll be pretty in line with what we had planned. Total revenue line 10 shows that it's almost, it's projected to be really close to at budget. Obviously, a lot of things can change. Every single month, something changes. Whether it's property tax collections or student enrollment or some other thing. But right now, it's looking like it'll be pretty close to budget. And the same thing with expenses. Total expenses line 18 is looking like it'll be pretty close, even though there's some jumping up and jumping down. Overall, it looks like it'll be pretty close to budget. And but the one thing I do want to point out is on line 20. We had budgeted a beginning fund balance, which means rolling forward from last year of $2 million. We actually rolled forward $2,630,000. And of that $630,000 that was rolled forward, we have a plan for spending that we'll bring to you in November that will require a supplemental budget for the board to approve. And it will have things in there that will explain more, but a lot of it is some of the literacy initiatives that Dr. Skinner wants to be working on. So if the board approves that, that'll change the budget a little bit. So that's everything I have on the general fund. Questions before I go to the next?
So is this the 2 million we
Yeah.
had in savings the previous year? Or is this the
The
money set
630
aside for modulars that's not needed?
The
What
six-
is this from?
The 630,000 came from unspent money from last year, savings. So it rolls.
She's looking at the 2 million, the 2 million is your carryover.
Yeah, so
Carries you in the summer, so you don't have to borrow. when you have no
Yeah.
tax revenue.
it's, yeah,
So where's that 1 point? We had the 1 million that you had savings in, and then the 1.9 last meeting that you set aside.
in the maintenance fund. So you can see that on page 4 under 192 maintenance. All of that money is in the maintenance fund. So I actually wanted to go to that next, to page 4, and just tell you, this report, I didn't even create this report, I inherited it, so that's how long it's been around. But basically what it is just a list of every fund that we have. And so it shows you how much money is in each fund, how much do we plan to spend, et cetera. And as you look through here, sometimes you'll see in the fund balance column that there's a negative number. And the reason for that is because a lot of our funds, we have to pre-spend. A lot of grant funds, we have to pre-spend and then ask for reimbursement. So we're just always in a state of, you know, we ask for, we end a month and we've spent a bunch of money and then we ask for reimbursement and then we start spending more money and then the reimbursement comes. So, but by the end of the year, those federal funds will all be zero. Any of those reimbursable grants should usually be zero unless there's something out of the ordinary with them. So just so you know, this is where all the money is. And I can go more into that in our financial workshop or work session, but this, I just wanted to point out what this report is. And you've been getting this report every month, so if you're wondering like, what money do we have? This is where you'll see that. The other thing I wanted to show you is on the statistics page 8. This is just informational. Oh, Jessica, I want to point out, this is the 1 month that the enrollment on this report will match the enrollment in the consent agenda because this is October 1st enrollment.
And it just stays that.
This report will always stay, yep.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wanted to show you is I removed the section up that showed the free and reduced eligibility by school. And the reason for that is we went to CEP, community eligibility provision, which is all students get free lunch, free breakfast. So we are not allowed to collect free and reduced applications anymore. So that information is not on here.
I don't know if that's accurate, because you still have to do them for sports. So in order to get the reduced fees, I can send you the email.
There's a
We
federal
cannot-
law. There's a federal law.
We cannot collect free and reduced forms if we're using the CDT program.
So what we've
It's
done is
strictly for nutrition.
we've built a separate form. So that if somebody wants a discount on the sports programs or the driver's ed or is it SAT? There's several things.
SAT, dual credit.
Dual credit, yeah. So they fill out a different form that's completely not connected to the nutrition services program, and the parents can fill that out and we can determine their eligibility from that. That way it doesn't take away that ability for parents to get that discount. But we can't really report to you free and reduced information anymore, so I just wanted you to know why that's gone. And then I changed this a little bit for the property taxes imposed down at the bottom. In the past, I only had the current year's property tax imposed, and I realized I could just kind of expand that box and show you the history. So there's history on there as well. And then I need to talk to you about the PERS rates. So that's page 9. We will be getting new PERS rates in July for the next 2 years. And they will be increasing at a number that is higher than I've ever seen. They will be going up. We have 2 rates. We have one for tier 1, tier 2, and one for what's called OPSRP, OPSRP. Just basically 2 different groups of employees based on when you were hired. Each of those rates will be going up about 12 percentage points, not 12%. Should be much smaller, 12 percentage points. So instead of paying 8.25% for tier 1, tier 2, we will be paying 20.28%. And in addition to the debt that we have that gives us the side account rate reduction, and then the 6% employee portion that the district picks up. So this is concerning. It's about a $3 million increase if you just say nobody gets any raises. That's a $3 million a year increase just from this.
And why did this happen?
So the reason it happened is there's several components that go into this rate. And the rate is set by an actuary that does this big analysis for every single PERS employer. And they do it for the whole system, and then they do that for each individual employer. And so each component in that rate analysis, there's a bunch of components in there, and most of those components didn't change that much. They went up a little bit. But it used to, what's happened in the past is we've had, like I said, we have this debt for PERS that we incurred, and that went into an investment account that gives us a rate reduction. The rate reduction went down. It's a negative number, so it's a smaller it's a bigger negative. Not a much major. But it was like 20% reduction, and now it's 9. So that's the difference. And all the school districts that had that, what's called a side account, had that impact. If you have increasing payroll, which a lot of school districts do, because we've got, over the past 2 years, we
Because there's to spread it out.
yeah, basically your side account is not gonna go as far. So and it's because our payroll has gone up so much. We did 5% wage increases for one thing, and we have, when these grants that we get are great, like the student investment account gives us $2.5 million, and most of that goes into staff. That's 13.5 teachers, 4.5 counselors, so that all those different things really increase your total payroll cost, which then goes into that big analysis. And they say, wow, your payroll has gone up so much that your side account, your discount is gonna go away faster. So they don't let you, they give you a smaller discount, basically is what's happening. So it's really the first time since all of these districts there was a whole bunch of districts that did this in 2002, 2003, this debt that they incurred. And over the years, all of those school districts have been like, oh, the PERS rates, they're not really impacting us that much. And all the school districts that didn't get in on that were saying, this is very painful. And so now it looks like the districts who didn't have that debt, they're saying, oh, we're happy that we didn't have that debt because now our PERS rates aren't going up. But they've been paying those higher rates without that 20% discount.
That's what I was gonna ask is, we've saved more than what we would have paid.
We've absolutely saved over $10 million, and that was back in 2020 when they did the analysis. So 4 years later, I'm sure we've saved more than $10 million. When you take into account the debt, the cost of the debt versus the savings that we've received over many years.
This is just a big hit.
It's just a big hit, yeah. So, let's see, we're sure. So when I build the budget for next year, I'll have to use these new rates as I build all of that stuff, all the costs of every single position, and then see where we land. We do have a PERS reserve. It has about $2 million in it. You can see on page 9 of the finance report. Page 4 of the finance report. The PERS reserve is.
You have
Is it
in the box.
295 on page 5?
You also put it in that box.
It's also in this box, which is a little easier to see. Yeah. So there's $2.1 million in the PERS reserve. So we can't just use all that up in 1 year, but it might soften the impact.
It's nice that we have a reserve for things.
Yeah, and we've never touched that reserve. That reserve was started, I think, about 2011 or 12. And then it's just been one of those things that when we had a windfall or had some way of putting a little bit more money in there, it's just kind of gradually gone up. Thinking that when the debt goes away, the discount goes away. Well, now the discount.
Here we are.
It hasn't, yeah. We still have 9% or so of a discount, so that's
Right.
not anything to sneeze at, but it's still a huge change. So we will have to figure out how to make all this work.
You have in that box, Anna, does not include 6% pickup or the PERS debt. So is that on top of?
So yeah, if you look at as an employer, how much does it cost us to fund retirement? It's these percentages plus the 6% pickup. Plus what we pay for the PERS debt, which is about 12%. Yeah, so if you were to compare that to private industry, let's say that they put 6 or 10% into your retirement, and that's the max that it costs them. It's costing us 40,
That's what, okay, so my math is, that's like,
Yeah.
you know, high is like a 12 match, you know,
Yes.
6 is pretty
Very
normal, or 9, you know, but 12 is
Great.
like, you're doing good, and I'm looking at this, making sure I'm understanding the numbers.
It's 20, well, if it's tier one, it's 20.28% plus about 12% to cover the PERS debt, plus 6%.
So those numbers are gonna go up because of the raises we did too, correct?
That's one factor, yes. Yep. So I will do everything in my power to bring you a budget that works. It doesn't put you in a situation where you're having to make hard decisions and do that in this kind of a setting. But I don't think that we will be adding scenario.
Do you think it's only fair to note that the Portland Public Schools, having spent so much money on labor this year, is forcing the legislature to raise the overall per student funding? So that will help alleviate some of that cost. We're not in the same position as a lot of the other districts. So that will buy down the cost a little.
Yes,
Maybe.
thank you for adding that. That's what I'm hoping. It'll be hard because they will be in session, the legislature will be in session trying to figure all that out while we are trying to figure out building our budget, so.
So you may go over this in our budget night, but like those savings, you had that one year, the $1 million, then when we went over the modulars last year, you thought you set aside $1 million, you set aside 1.9, like, is that stuff you can put in as a buffer?
We could, it would be to remove it from the maintenance reserve and put it into the PERS reserve, we could do that.
But that's using one-time money
Yes,
to fix an ongoing problem
right.
issue.
Where are we funding the literacy positions, director position from? That's not one-time money, because we already
Yeah, that
approved the
was-
budget.
It's from. Where did we? It was from savings from,
It was payroll costs because we needed to also do a
Yes.
halftime for behavior at Steve's halftime.
Yep.
For Barnesview, and then this was left over. It was in a personnel budget from the previous year's what kind of.
So that first $1
Percentage.
million you saved, you said was from unfilled positions, so is that not the same?
the first $1 million being.
The
from
first
last
set
year.
of the first million you saved, you had said came from unfilled positions, so you were able to save that money, so those would not be one time. Cause it's a position, so can that $1 million go towards something like this that isn't a one-time thing?
It went into the maintenance reserve. So it all happened last year. So those positions were not filled, but they need to be filled. They need to not just sit there unfilled, and some of them did get filled, a lot of them did. We still have a few IA positions that aren't filled. Right now, we have a director position that's not filled. But that's not, those positions not being filled is not sustainable. We need to get them filled because we have to provide the services. Like, we have to have special ed IAs. So, and it's not that we saved the money because because we chose not to fill the positions, it's that we just couldn't.
So
were
can we
trying-
fill those positions with now using that money with the half credit and this new director position? So there's enough money to fund those two, plus still hire the other
Yes.
ones we didn't
Yes.
hire?
Yes, the cost savings actually came from, the way I budget, I take everybody who's currently in their positions, like, let's say it's February. And I say, okay, every single person who's here right now, we're going to assume they're going to be here next year. So what happens is, we budget it that way, but then unforeseen retirements happen. Or people leave the district, and then we hire, and most of the time when we hire, those people are at a substantially lower place on the salary scale. And that can be a $40,000 to $80,000 savings. It's usually more like 40,000. So we've had several of those, and so that's where we had some cost savings that we were able to fill that literacy position. Or not fill it, but post it.
Can't find the right person, we won't hire, because I'm gonna be, gotta be the right person.
Okay, I think we're ready to roll to 5.2. See that roll, and a roll with S. Mm.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, this topic is a bus expenditure request that requires board approval because it's over $150,000. When you're managing a large fleet of vehicles, you can't wait until everything is breaking down and then have to replace a bunch of vehicles. You put yourself in a desperate situation. And we know the economy is cyclical. We know sometimes there's, you know, kind of a feast situation and a famine situation. And so you don't want to find yourself where you have not purchased, you've not been in your, stayed in your replacement cycle for a while, and then all of a sudden everything's breaking and it's a year when there's no money. So what we do instead is we build a plan, and it can change over time as different things happen, but you kind of have a general plan for, here's every single bus that we have. And so I've given you a list of all the buses that we have and what year those buses are. And then when really, you know, theoretically should, sorry, I handed it out.
Oh,
okay. I handed it out separately.
I thought my board pack was my second.
Sorry. I should mention. So this just lists all of our buses that we have and when they should theoretically be replaced if you replace them on an 11-year basis.
Is that the lifespan of a bus?
10 is
Okay.
usually,
Yeah.
yeah, but I used 11 here because sometimes you buy a 2020 bus in 2019.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Or, yeah, you buy the next year's model.
Yes.
So I used
It's
11
good for
years.
scale.
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure that all of your buses aren't brand new at the same time, so they're not all old at the same time. And you're trying not to get in a situation where all of a sudden you need a whole bunch of buses and you wait 2 or 3 years for buying buses and then you need $3 million. At that point, you have to finance them and pay interest costs. If you guys notice, I don't like to pay interest costs. I'm very.
Maybe got that hint.
Yeah, it's just extra money. If you don't have to pay it, it's nice if you don't have to pay it. So anyway, what you do is you figure out which ones you need to replace, which ones need to be moved to spares, and we only have a couple of spares. But we do have a few buses that are, not going to meet certain emission standards that have to be out of our fleet by December 2025. So, you know, you move the worst spares out of the district by trying to sell them for as much money as you can get, whether that's a couple $1,000s or $500 or whatever it is, you try to get as much as you can. And then your next worst buses become your spares, and then you buy a couple of replacements. So that's what we're planning to do. And then I did want to show you also the budget. There's 2 pieces of paper you have that have a lot of color on them. And these are just a couple of pages out of our budget. And the first one is Fund 194, and the second one is 294. The reason we have 2 funds for bus replacement or vehicle replacement is because 294 is restricted by the state of Oregon. It has to be spent on buses. 194 is just money that we have set aside either from general fund resources or when we sell a bus, we put the money in here. And that's not restricted by the state. It's not restricted by a grant. It's just, and that's why it's it starts with number 1. Because we have more control over it. So between those 2 funds, we have a budget of $607,000 in Fund 194 and $196,000 in Fund 294. So that's a combined budget of $803,000. Anything we budgeted for in these funds that we don't spend stays in these funds for the future bus purchases. So that's one of the major reasons why we have these separate funds, is that anything that doesn't get spent just stays in there. Leland, what do you want to add?
Well, the 3 buses that you see on the very top right there, those 3 buses are scheduled to go away. But we want to sell those as quickly as we can, because if we wait until after the emissions deadline is, we won't get as much out of those buses as we can now. So those 3 buses are rolling off, and we're buying 2 new rear engine buses. So the rear engine buses are really important for trips, especially because the only buses that have undercarriage storage on. So we kind of expect that we're not gonna be able to get them any longer after about 2027. They'll probably have to come up with some other plan to put undercarriage storage compartments in buses. But we're expecting the rear engine buses to eventually start to kind of go away with, you know, the new diesel emissions. So those 3 buses at the top will go away. We plan to buy 2 new rear engines and replace those into the fleet, so we'll have buses good into 2030 something or whatever that are good rear engine buses first. There was a question about why we have diesel buses and why we're not trying, well, we are trying to get rid of them. The rear engines are important. The rest of them, the old Thomas diesel buses, once we start back down this list, you can see that the 77 passenger buses, when we get rid of those will get replaced with propane buses.
So Leland.
Yeah.
On the 84 passenger, this is what I was hoping to see. It looks like you purchased one in 21 and last year in 23. Did they not replace the 03 and 07? You have them listed right here,
I think
2021, 2023, so we need to buy 2 more in 2024. It'll be on the same schedule as the other 2 84s. Yeah, that's
So last year, we did sell
And then
3
21.
buses too.
Do we need 4 84 passenger diesels that are gonna be 2 years in span of each other, or do we wanna wait a few years so you are
We
on
won't
that
be able to
7-year
wait.
schedule?
We won't be able to wait. If we don't buy them this year, we're probably not gonna get any more 84 passenger buses. That's why there's, because of the emission stuff.
And who of what teams use 84 passenger besides football?
So field trips use them too, so not just sports trips, especially any extended day type trips. So when we have classes that take trips.
No, sure.
Yeah, wherever they may go, where they have to put lots of gear under the bus, it doesn't even have to be extended day. It could be anything, because you don't want anything in the compartment of the bus that can be a projectile.
So these propane buses that are 83 passenger have no storage, is that what you're telling me?
No. No under the chassis type storage, you know.
Did ODE make that up? No, I'm just kidding.
So-
Yeah, we're getting tired.
Why did
So
we,
the state of Oregon is responsible for the emissions.
why did we
but-
purchase 83 passenger buses with no compartment storage? I mean, we purchased those in 2019. Why didn't we get the 84?
You mean the propane buses?
Yeah,
Because we're starting to roll the other passenger, the conventional cab diesel buses. We're trying to get those out of here too. So there was a lot of buses that didn't meet the emission standards. They were up a couple years ago or whatever, so they've been rolling those buses out of here, trying to get them out of the system. So we had some that got an extension, and those are the ones that we're getting out of here now.
At the very top.
Once the 2003 and the 2007 and the 2006 diesel buses are out of the system, then we'll be okay as far as meeting our emissions guidelines. Those buses would be unusable to us after the end of next year. They're absolutely gonna be worthless to us and anybody else.
A tiny home.
Mhm.
Whenever we bought a propane bus that was a 77 passenger or an 83 passenger, that was replacing a different bus that was diesel that's no longer on the list.
I'm a big fan of propane buses, and any of the conventional cab diesel buses that we have, I wanna see those rolled off and replaced with propane. Propane just works so much better for us in this environment. It doesn't freeze up in the winter. There's no issues with it starting. They warm up really quick.
But there's no carriage under space, right?
There's no undercarriage
So that's
space.
the route bus.
They're a route bus. We have to put all the buses on routes. So we have to put so many route miles on every single bus, or else we don't get our 70% reimbursement back from ODE. on our costs.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the purchase of 3 buses for an amount up not to exceed $605,000. Not to exceed 605.
Oh, it caught me off guard. Hold on, I'm waiting. I'm sorry, Steve, did you second that?
I did.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to purchase 3 buses not to exceed $605,000. And we have a second of that motion. Let's open it up for discussion.
My biggest question, I know I found a third 84 passenger bus, so we have a 20, 21, and a 23 of the 84 passengers. And then I want to clarify this account 194, since you put the money in it, you said it's set aside can be used for anything. So could that money be moved to like, oh, we need a modular? We could use this funds for that, but not the 294.
I think you probably could. Generally, when you move money into a fund, you don't, it's got rules around it. So it would have to take an action of transferring it to another fund. So that I think legally you could. But it's not something we normally do. That's just not how we manage the finances.
And am I clear, just to be clear, we're purchasing one of these microbird buses with a lift chair, because that's needed,
Yes.
and then 2 of these rear engine ones.
And getting rid of 3 diesels,
Rolling those out,
selling them.
and then whatever money is brought in goes back into 194, 294, 194.
So you're gonna get back 70% of the 230,000 we spent?
You get it over the course of 10 years. And it goes into fund 294.
The new buses have 8 cameras in them instead of 6. They're more safer.
We like.
The seats are higher, so they are more compartmentalized. The newer buses are.
You take us
Safer.
for a spin when you get them.
Okay,
I
back on
won't, because
topic.
I don't have a
I would
bus
just-
certificate, but
So we're getting rid of the 2 because of the emissions.
3.
3.
The 80, I'm on the 84. I'm okay with this 20, the one that needs the wheelchair lift, because that's needed in our district to serve all students, but. I'm having a hard time with the 84 passengers, just because it's like we just heard again, we have more and more coming for next year. And what will this list look like next year?
It'll probably be 2 or 3 buses next year.
And I would just probably start going right down the list. So the next ones that would come off of there are gonna be the 2009s. That are the 77 passenger, the Thomas buses that have the.
So there's 5 of those, so where does the funding come to continue this?
So we budget
That's
every year.
5.
Every year we budget to transfer in, this year we budgeted to transfer in $100,000 into 194, and then the reimbursement that we get into 294 is about $200,000. So, and then if we have any windfalls or any unexpected things happen, then we can put more into 194. Don't know if that'll happen, but at least we'll be able to buy 1 or 2 buses.
So just to make sure I'm clear, we get these 3 buses, take those 3 buses out, whatever we can get out of them, we put back into our reserved account. Right? No,
10 years.
191. And then next year, we're gonna need 2 or 3 more buses, however this is going to look. If we only get 2 buses now, we're then behind, because now we're gonna have to do, and it's just gonna be a revolving. We're gonna be behind if we don't stay on track. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Because then if we only do 1 bus this year, right, now we're down 2, and then we're gonna have to do possibly 4 or 5 next year.
Well,
Is
there's
that what I'm
5
understanding?
2009s, that's why I'm asking. Because are we in need of 5 84 passenger rear diesel buses when we already have 3 in our fleet that were just purchased in the last couple of years? So I'm wondering, Do we need 5 total, or do we hold over? So we can, I mean, we're looking at 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 2009s next year. And at 200,000 a piece roughly, and that's kind of in the middle of these two, we don't have that. So that's why I'm asking, is because if we're looking at 5 buses next year,
We don't necessarily have to replace all 5 2009s next year. They're probably in various states of maintenance. They probably have different number of miles on each one. They probably have different situations. I mean, they all get maintenance. They all get oil changes at a certain amount, you know, and all that. But they don't age the same. So, and we've never been rich enough to just replace everything we need all